Hello, everybody. Welcome to my stream. We are going to be playing Idle Champions of the Forgotten Realms today. Dungeons and Dragons game by Codename Entertainment. It's an idle game. It's a formation management game, puzzle kind of game. Has kind of a Pokemon collect them all, get all the characters element to it. And today we are going to be starting out by playing Split the Party, which gives you your first Modron Core and unlocks an additional background party, so you can have two parties of adventurers doing two different missions at the same time, and gives you 4 Modron component chests, each with 5 pipes per chest in them, to give you some pipes to start out with, piping your Modron Core. Since last playing, I haven't completed any major content, but let's just kind of go through how I've managed to get my extra characters for all these slots. So we'll go with slot 1. We now have Turiel in our slot 1. He can be got if you start now. I guess it's too late to claim him here, but if you the spring gathering event, they do one of these every season. So calendar seasons. So winter, spring, summer, and fall, where they have a 7-day event where basically just each day you click on it and you get the chest. And once you do 4, you get whatever the reward here it is, which is, it's usually, maybe even always, a character with a unique skin and some chests. And in this case, he also came with a feat, a new feat. Of course, all the feats, except for some of the ones that you got from the season passes, which are a new thing, can always be got with gems from the character. So that's not been something to really have to worry about too much. If you see one in the store that's like part of a pack you pay for, just know you can always get those without paying any actual real money. They're always available later. So I got Turiel from there. Let's see, slot 2. We got Merowyn. You can still get her for free. So the Idle Champions Presents, which is a tabletop hosted game with B. Dave Walters as the DM. And then the characters are made up from characters in Idle Champions being played by the people that play them in the tabletop games that they were sourced from. Okay. And if you go back here, every day you vote on something that will affect that week's game. Maybe an enemy they're going to have run into, maybe some sort of bonus they're going to get, etc., whatever. But the player base votes on these, and whichever one is the winning one, that will come up in their tabletop playthrough. If you're not going to watch those, then don't really worry about what you vote for. Just pick whatever thing sounds funny to you or whatever. What you want to do is get these reward tokens, and then you can buy these rewards in the shop. And then every week has a thing where if you get 3 of the rewards for that week, there's a bonus reward you get at the bottom. So if you look under week 1, and you can go back and get the stuff from the prior weeks. So we still have 2 whole weeks. That's 6 days a week. That's 12 tokens that you can get. In the first 3 weeks, the first week, we have this chest and an unlock. I didn't notice this at first when I started playing the new account. I didn't realize that these were character unlocks as well as the chests, because on my already existing accounts that I've had for a long time, I already had all these characters unlocked. But in week 1, which is the most important week to get 3 because the reward is a familiar, and familiars are very valuable early in the game. I mean, once you get a certain number of them, then getting more is, I mean, it's nice to have more, but it's not as important for getting your automation and stuff up and going. But when you don't have any, you want to get every free one that you can. I've got 6 now so far on this account. Every one of them free, as in no real money. 3 of them I got out of the gem shop, so I used the in-game currency gems to get them. The other 3 I got. Well, I got this one here, and then there's one that's in the store right now. You can get if you click on packs in the store. I'll show you. It won't show up for me, but I'll show you where you get it. So you can get that one for free. And then where did I get the other one? Trying to think now. Can't really remember where I got the other one from. But it was another one of these free ones. So Merowyn, Rust, and Sentry, I got all of those right here. And then I got the upgrade. Let's see, what do we have for week 2? Time Gate pieces. I got these. These helped me also unlock more characters. We have Time Gate pieces here that helped me. And then here we've got the Modron chest. And I've been getting some of the supply chests to get the potions and things because they're very valuable early in the game, having extra potions and stuff because they're kind of hard to come by. Just out in the normal progress of the game from your gold chests and stuff. And you always want to be using gold and speed potions. I mean, don't waste them, but I mean, if you had them to use, you would use them. In my other accounts, I have tons of all of the potions, and so I can use them whenever I'm doing content where where I'm actively playing. So that's where I got Turiel from. Solok was in the last event. That was our last stream. We did the event. We got the 3 champions there. Merowyn was from the store, obviously. Spurt. You can get Spurt right now. The code is right up here in the chat. If you go up in the chat, there is the code right there for Spurt to unlock Spurt. And also just quickly, this new player game that I'm playing right now is on the CNE client, the one downloaded straight from the game publisher's website. But if you start a new PC game right now and you want to start and you haven't played before, I'd recommend you start on Steam because there's this event going on, which I will show you right here. So this is Steam exclusive giveaway event, right? So between now and 1 p.m. Eastern time on Wednesday, March 15th, if you have an account, an Idle Champions account on Steam, or you install the game, all you have to do is log into it once, and you will get all of this stuff, which they say is $140 value. That's I'm sure accurate if you buy it in the store. What it would cost to get all these gold chests with the guaranteed shinies and the unlocks. So you get the following champions. You get Spurt, right? But even if you get Spurt, still use the code that I gave you because you'll get some more gold chests and things for Spurt. So you get Spurt in seat 3, Dungeon Master in seat 6, Freely in seat 7. He's best in slot. I actually used Time Gate pieces to get Freely for that slot. He was one of the. I did that. I believe I did that on stream. He was one of the first champions that I got using Time Gate pieces because he's in the slot with Minsk, and Minsk is just not very useful, especially in the early game, because you just are kind of the 12 characters you start the game with. You kind of have an excess of DPS characters, and you really only need, if they're not DPS and then also say support or something else, if they don't have something else they can do besides just DPS, then they're not very useful because you really only need one DPS character in this game on the field at a time. Most of the time, there are a few exceptions, but that's generally the rule. You get Birdsong, I think Birdsong is a. I know Birdsong is a support, but I think is also DPS. And then you get Barrowin in seat 10. I also have Barrowin, but I got Barrowin because I needed somebody in slot 10, and I could get Barrowin at a discount right now for as far as time gate pieces. Normally it's 6 time gate pieces, but anybody that's in the it switched over to the upcoming season, which starts on the 15th, the same time the new event starts. Um, they reduce those costs of those champions by half, so that you can have the champions that are in the event. Because if you want to complete some of the event uh, goals that reward event experience and event currency, some of them require that you have those champions, and if you don't have them, uh, you can't get certain rewards, or you can't complete certain objectives, and so they reduce the cost of them from 6 time gate pieces to open their time gate to 3. So I got Barrowin because I need a slot 10, and I was able to get Barrowin for 3 pieces, time gate pieces, instead of 6. You get a familiar, an exclusive one, which means nobody else will be able to get that time. That you only this familiar will only be available from this pack on Steam for a certain amount of time, and then eventually it'll be in the gem shop or somewhere, maybe a wild offer. But then for each of those champions, you get 16 gold chests and 2 guaranteed shinies. So these are like as if you buy gold chests from the store, if you get a certain amount of gold chests, then you're guaranteed a certain number of shiny cards. Any card that is shiny, that comes out, that has a shiny border, which I can show you real quick. Like I just happen to get a shiny. You can get shinies. It's a 1 in 1,000 chance from any chest that you open that gives gear. It has a 1 in 1,000 chance of being shiny. So Jarlaxle's enhanced eye patch is a shiny. If an item is shiny, whatever quality it is, whether that's white, green, blue, purple, you get a 50% increase in the percentage above whatever quality it is, and it stays shiny no matter what. So if you get a shiny and it's white, then if you upgrade that to a green or a blue or a purple in the future, the shiny goes on the slot. The inventory slot. So anything that goes in that slot will stay shiny. The only way you can remove the shiny is if there's a dismantle. Not this is legendary dismantle that only dismantles legendary. Uh, the legendaries, the items you've made legendary through the legendary system, which is a late game end game system. But sometimes they give you the option to do a complete dismantle on a character when they change them around and rebalance them, in case you put a lot of resources or whatever into a character and then you don't like the way that they've been changed. You can get it back that way. The only other way to get a shiny back is if you upgrade it to a golden epic, a golden item, which I have a golden item on Celeste because there's a code for that. If you look at the link in the chat, the one that goes to the website with all the active codes, that code is available for everybody now. You get this golden epic. Okay, a golden is 100% increase, so double whatever the percentage is. So normally, if this was just an epic at level 8, item level 8, it would be 235% increased damage to all champions. But because it's golden, it doubles that. So getting shinies is really good, especially when they're on good characters. So let's switch back over to that. And then the last 2 things you get are these potions. These are the ones that last for an entire week. I would say try not to use like your gem hunter potion. Save that until you at least get to where you're automated, to where you've got the Modron Core and enough familiars to where when you're not playing, you don't have the game running through content offline. You have it doing loops of initially you're going to want to use Mad Wizard for your gem farming. Later on, there may be some better levels to use, depending on what characters you have and how you have your gem party set up. but initially you're going to be farming Mad Wizard. At least wait until you're farming gems, where you've got your account farming gems to get the most out of using this increased gem drop. The one that doubles your gold find, that's your discretion. Save it or use it. But these will persist for a week. Most potions you use, they are only for a certain amount of time, and they're also only for that one quest. So if you end the quest, they go away, and if the time runs out, if the huge ones last the entire quest, but the other ones they run out. So if you're starting a new account right now, start it on Steam to get this offer from Steam. And if we look, I'll do a quick update. Here's the status of my account. This is icbikeglow.com. This is a third-party utility. Supposedly, it keeps the information that you put in here for your account that links your user data, because this actually looks at your account on the server and downloads all the data from your account. It is a wonderful tool. Use at your own discretion, okay? I am not going to tell you it's 100% safe. I'm not guaranteeing that. I haven't personally looked at the code for it or anything like that to see if there's anything in there that's transferring your user ID number, which is like your login. You don't see it. This is stuff behind the scenes, but your user ID, which is like your login, and your hash, which is like your password, potentially it could transmit that to a third party, the person that writes this website. I mean, I don't think he's doing that. Even if somebody had your hash info and stuff and could log into your account, you can't transfer items from one player to another. They can't really delete stuff from your account. The game just doesn't work that way. There's no way to lose progress really in the game. So it's not really a big deal at this point. There's no incentive for anybody to do something like that. Just be aware that I can't tell you oh yeah, this website's 100% safe. But if you decide to use it, and I have used it, it is a fantastic site for game information. Okay? It gives you at a glance, you can see every champion in the game, and if you have them, and you can see what kind of gear you have, and if you click on them, it'll show you what item levels they're at. It's wonderful. It shows you down here what progress I'm at as far as getting epics on all my evergreens, getting shinies on all my evergreens, the feats that you get from the gold chests. There's a 1 in 25 chance from a gold chest that you will get a gold chest feat. The feats that you don't start out with and the ones you don't buy from gems, you get out of gold chests. Mostly, there's a couple other ways for a few random feats here and there. But this tells you how many of those you've gotten, and then how many event champions that you have. How many, so the event champs I have 96 slots. Obviously, there's a lot more event champions in the game. How many legendaries I have, and these are out of 174. So basically, it's saying I have 100 of all the characters I have together have 174 items, and none of them are legendary. All right, there are tabs here for every sort of thing in the game. This formation thing is great. So this is a great way. Say I wanted to share a formation with somebody, right? I can put the champions in here, right? The ones that I'm using, in a formation, and when I'm picking those things as a specialization, you have to know the names when you pick those if you're going to pick them, and then the little arrow shows the left choice, the right choice, or the middle choice for whichever one I'm picking, right? So I can put in all my champions. I don't remember. Without seeing them, sometimes it's hard to remember which one you actually pick. Because they tend to have these sort of like lore type of names. I mean, this one I can tell is law, chaos, neutral. It tells me it's pretty obvious. Go with that one. I know it's the one on the right. And then uh, finally, Viconia. Okay. I pick turn undead. So this like is my current formation that I use for Sword Coast. And if you click this pull down, he's got Tomb of Annihilation. It has every event, every character, etc., every formation in the game, right? I can do this, and I can say share formation. It will give me this wonderful little link that I can just post in Discord or on Reddit, and then this picture with this formation I put together will be there. It gives you a great way to share a formation. Um, it's it's really nice to be able to do that. And there's some other things in here that will allow you to do that. You can also filter these things by whatever you want. Time gate only, what patrons they can do, what roles they have, or what roles they don't have. So you can find which ones work for a certain variant. Like say there's a variant you're having trouble doing, and so you're like, okay, well I'll pick up another champion. Well, you can put in alignments, roles, what kind of Ashara bonds they have if you're looking for people to bond with Ashara, anything like that in here. And you can find characters that will fit your criteria before you pick. Or say you've got Time Gate, the free Time Gate, and you have your choice of 3. You can use this to sort of research that to figure out which character you want. There's a speed tab. I only have Sentry right now. I don't have any of these other characters that have any of these speed abilities. But when you have them, it will show you based off their current item levels how many areas you're going to skip or how many characters you have to kill to move on to the next area or any of that sort of stuff. Gives you a great way to see that. Inventory can be very useful. It can show you stuff like bounty contracts. You convert those. Don't use those except in the event, but it will tell me in total like how many event free plays worth of bounty contracts I have before I cash them in. That's good to know. So the stats page can be useful. One of the nice useful things here is it tells you when your next time gate piece is going to drop. Okay, the one you get, or 2 if you have the blessing, the global blessing. The time gate pieces you get just whenever you kill a boss after certain. It's every 5 days, but you can see mine's happened kind of recently, and so I've got a long time before it drops the next time gate piece. These are the free ones that you get just while you're playing the game. Chess is good. This is where you can see this is useful because you can see like say if you look at current event, there isn't a current event right now, but if I could select the current event, it would show me all the champions from this event, and it tells you see epic and next because there's the pity timer of 10 gold chests, and then you guaranteed to get an epic. You could see which of your characters is going to get an epic next, which you can't see in game unless you go here and you have one of those chests. Then it has a little bar that tells you how close you are to getting an epic. But if you don't have one in there to look at to compare, this will tell you. You can do Modron piping in here, and you can share. You can share what tiles you have. You can also share pictures of Modron, so you can help people, and other people can help you pipe out your Modron. And another great one is here is the event. So we can see all the events. You can see which champions you have. These ones at the bottom are the ones that were in this event but won't be in it anymore because you only get 3 per event. So these are from before. But here we can see, so this up and coming event, and it only shows you the stuff that's been officially announced. So now that Miria's been announced and we know she's slot 12, I could have waited to get slot 12, but I had enough time gate pieces that I could open any time gate I wanted, and I really wanted Zorbu, just because honestly he's sort of the easiest, practically best DPS in the game. There are like three, maybe one or so more DPS that are better than him, but they all require um, building special parties around them. He doesn't require that. You can just throw him in, and he's the best like standalone DPS that you can basically, use any characters you want with. So I was like, I want to get Zorbu right away. That's just a normal thing. But you can see coming up, we've got Alindra. She's in slot 6. She's one of the heroes of the plane. Tatiana, slot 8. She's a tank. And Miria. And I haven't looked at Miria's spec sheet, but there seems to be a lot of buzz around her that she's going to be a good character. We'll find out for real when we actually get to play with her on the 15th when the event opens up. We'll be able to get her. We can also see who's going to be in the next event. So Orkira, she is possibly, I would say, best in slot. Slot 1 has a lot of good characters in it, but Orkira, Kroll is the king of debuff. She's the queen of debuff. They are the best debuffers in the game. Solid go-to. She's my go-to in slot 1 for all my parties. Gazric in slot 7. He's a great option in slot 7. He's a good buffer. He has an ability like some of the other characters, but and if you pair him with the other characters, you'll get the benefit of all the characters that have that ability, where they basically like take off multiple chunks of armor. So those really tough armored bosses, when you hit them, instead of taking off one chunk, you'll take off 2 instead. And a human has an ability like that, if depending on which column he's in the formation. And so does Esmeralda in slot 1. She has an ability like that. So this can help you plan who you need to get for split the party 1 or split the party 2 in slots. This will tell you who's in the next event and then the one after that, and so on and so forth. So you can kind of see who's coming up. There may be other things taken into account. And then there's lots of other stuff in here. There's stuff for the Trials of Mount Tiamat, your legendaries, variants, achievements, feats. They'll tell you like which characters you still need to unlock more feats on. All sorts of stuff. This is a great resource. So I just I recommend it. It makes the game a lot easier to play. They've talked, Justin specifically, multiple times about adding something. They don't say, "Oh, we're going to add something like Icy Bite Glow," but something into the game in the like collections tab, rather than right now it just shows your character and the gear that like the gear that they've collected. But something more like this, where it would keep track of like all the monsters you've killed, and all your stuff, and you could see all the different characters and stats and stuff without having to like switch to them in the party view. The other website I want to talk about is on Reddit. This is Garawar's Guides. He has guides for everything, including split the party, which is very complicated. Or well, honestly, it's not very complicated, but it does have a strategy and a trick. It's sort of a trick to it. It doesn't play like a regular mission, so it's good to know. And then another useful thing is this Idle Champions wiki. This is an enemy by location, so if you're looking for certain enemies, or you want to just click, you want to look at a certain map, you know what I mean, a quest, and then obviously applies to the variants underneath that. It will show you each area, what type of monsters are in each area. and then what they count as. So if you're picking favored enemy on some of your characters like Minsk or somebody, you can see who you're going to be fighting in this mission to help decide that. Or if you're looking like for Zorbu, so if you're looking at Zorbu, right? We're looking at Zorbu here. All right, he's got this lifelong enemies thing. This isn't per mission. This is persistent. This just constantly builds. Okay, so he has favored enemies basically: humanoids, beast, undead, and drow. And for the more of these he kills, he does a percentage more damage. Don't get hung up on what this percentage number is. What you're interested in is the number of kills, because this percentage is increased by just when you level up. Like right now it's at 0.01% times this. It'll go up to like 0.02, etc., etc. As you level them up, the damage will go up. But the thing about this is he also has this ability called Seething Hatred. Okay? Seething Hatred. Right now it says 19% of the aggregate. This will also go up based off of this item. So the higher quality item and higher item level on this item will make that go up. But it also goes up as you level up once again. So, eventually it'll be more like 100% of the aggregate. So what does that mean? It means if you add up all the numbers for all of these, you'll do that amount of bonus damage. Okay? So, you want to sit and farm kills of these creatures, and he's got a specialization. He's got 3, but really only two of them count. One increases Seething Hatred, which is the bonus that he does to everybody based on the aggregate. That's the one you pick for doing damage. And the other one is for farming lifelong enemies. It makes every time he kills one of these things, a humanoid, a beast, an undead, or a drow, makes them count as 3 kills instead of just 1. Now, obviously, drow are elves. Elves are humanoids. So, if you kill drow, this number and this number will go up every time you kill them. So the best way is if you kill drow, you're getting both of these at the same time. Then you just need to get beasts and undead. And I like the Templar camp in the Tomb of Annihilation. Basically, virtually every area in there except for one of them I think is humans, and all the rest are either undead or beasts. So if you're going to use a huge a huge speed potion, so that the whole time you're in that quest, you'll be running at, I don't know, whatever a huge speed potion does. What does it do? 2.75 times speed. So almost 3 times the speed. You can, use one potion and then go farm a bunch of beasts. And then, in that same quest, then switch to an undead area and farm a bunch of undead. Another thing I like to do is I like to pick an already completed boss area, because if you notice on a boss area, the whole mob and the boss tend to spawn at once rather than them coming in, a couple enemies at a time. And so it seems like, I don't think I've ever timed it, but it seems pretty clear that you're going to get more of those enemies coming into the screen at once. Zorbu, his big powerful crossbow he's got there, it fires in a straight line. If it hits everybody on the screen, it kills everybody on the screen. It just goes right through the enemies and hits the enemies behind them. So, if you're just wiping them all out in one shot, you want them to come back in and fill back in. So you can go to these maps, like the Drow map and all that sort of stuff. Like the one we're going to get Drizzt on has Drow. I think that's the one. It's a variant version of it, but it doesn't really matter. It's the one I farm Drow on, and you can just use your gold or your large speed potion, and you just like in this formation, I'm not using Tyrell and I'm not using Calliope. So what I would do is I'd put Tyrell here and just give him a couple levels, put him in his wild shaped tank form, okay? Put Zorbu up here. Then I put Calliope in here and just give her a few levels till she gets to her specialization. Zorbu, I'll level up as far as I can with the gold that I have, right? Calliope will just be shielding them. So she'll be putting shields onto Tyrell. So if any enemies get up front and start stacking up on Tyrell, they won't kill him because the shields will keep his health from getting hit. And then Zorbu will be getting all the kills. I'll have Tyrell and Calliope, their attacks won't be strong enough to kill the enemies because I want Zorbu to get all of the kills. And that's how you farm Zorbu. And I'll probably set that up when I'm done with this and we're done doing split the party and all that, so that you can see that. That way, just a visual, you'll be able to see it real quick. So let's talk about how I got the rest of the characters. Spurt I got from the code. All right, Desmond, and Sentry I got from up here. Fury of the Black Rose, that chest. Desmond I got from the event that just finished up that I did on stream. All right, Shandy, I bought Shandy. Now, season 3 is going to start in 3 days, basically on Wednesday or whatever. So right now, all of these characters are 3 time gate pieces. But when I created my account on the 28th of February, so right at the end of very last day of February, right at the start of this month, basically, Shandy was in. This is season 3. Shandy was in season 2. Okay, so she was available for 3 time gate pieces, and I got her because I was like, look, she will be better than Ashara for me at buffing Jarlaxle, and then eventually at buffing Zorbu because she buffs people with a high dexterity. All right, and they both have it. All right, and same thing with Viconia. Keelek, he was. I didn't plan on getting Keelek, but he was the best of my 3 choices in last weekend's free time gate weekend, or I guess it's this weekend, but I've already did mine. I did mine Friday or Saturday or whatever, so that's why I have Keelek. But I got Viconia. She was also in the last event, so I got her for 3, and I was like, oh well, Viconia is cool because early on, I'm not going to have Fire Breath Potion. Fire Breath Potions make your clickers do your bud damage instead of the clicking damage. But Viconia has a similar type effect with her Raised Dead. We'll turn that on. So there's a percentage chance that whenever an enemy is killed, they'll turn into one of these undead that stick around for a little while, and they sit there and they do a bud amount of I think it's 25% or something. But it doesn't really matter. 25% of bud is still a lot. It doesn't matter that it's not 100 because that even if it does 1/4, it's the E number at the end that really matters. So they'll turn around here and here or wherever they're killed, and then they'll be doing bud damage. So she kind of works like a Fire Breath Potion without a Fire Breath Potion, and Shandy works as a Speed Potion without a Speed Potion. So I'll show you that. I'll level her up, and we'll look at her abilities. She has this dash, so she increases the game speed by 50%, and there's a speed. It's 25, and then I use this to increase it to 100. And is there another one? I feel like there's another way to, maybe not. Maybe that's as much as you can. So she's going to increase the game speed. That's the whole speed of the game. So it's like she's like using a speed potion, and her effect stacks with speed potions. It just takes a second to kick in. You can see it's counting down. Active. Okay, now it's active. So see, now she got the little arrow. So the game's going 50% faster. I know 50% is not a huge visual change, like 3%, or going all the way up to 10x, which is the max you can get when you combine doesn't matter what you combine. You can do it all with speed potions. You can do it with Shandy and then the speed Modron Core and potions, but you can't go past 10x. But yeah, 10x is really fast. So that's where I got Shandy freely. I just paid full price for him. He was my first time gate, I think, because I was like, in the original 12 characters or whatever, I had too many DPSs and I needed a good support, and freely is a good support, and he has this ability, Adventurous Tale, which you could increase over here with feats, which I don't have. That also increases by leveling them up. But basically, every area you complete with freely in the party, you get extra favor when you finish the adventure at the end. So I was like, okay, he's a great debuffer. He's best in slot. He increases gold find, and then he increases your favor earned at the end. I wanted to get him right away. This slot Hitch is free with the newsletter. Didn't have to worry about that. Jaheira, I just got her with a chest code. One of those chest codes that you redeem. I had an old one in one of my emails from the other account, and I was just going through and pumping them out, and one of them happened to be Jaheira. Okay, Barrowin, I got her because once again, Barrowin is it Barrowin? That's her, right? Yeah, female. Okay, you're right. So she's a tank, healing support, and she just got all these characters just got either major or minor reworks, fixes, etc. That they've been doing that with everybody that's been in the new seasons. But she's in slot 10. I needed someone in slot 10, and I was able to get her for 3 time gate pieces. I've got 3 time gate pieces right now, so I could get another one of these characters. I've already got 3 of them. Spurt I got with the code. Turiel I got from the Spring Gathering. Barrowin I already got for 3 pieces. Hew Maan is he's the best speed champion in the game as far as I'm concerned. There are not that there aren't others that are good, but a lot of people really like Briv and Human. You need to putting a bunch of item levels in them makes their speed effect just shoot through the moon. Hew Maan is actually limited in that you can only go up so high. But the way Hew Maan works is when you kill, if he's in one of the front columns in the formation, whenever you kill an enemy or pick up an item, if it says collect X number of items, he's a multiplier. So like you kill an enemy, he counts for 2. But as you put more and the number of people he has around him increases that effect, and also he has an item that increases that effect, the dragon eggs item. So if you put a lot of item levels into him, I don't remember how many, maybe it's 1,000 or something, which sounds like a lot, but basically once you get Hew Maan and you've got the gear on him, I should say once you have Hew Maan and you are doing gem farming, okay, you spend all your gems on chests. Chests have blacksmith contracts, which you put on event champions to get more item levels. You really get to the point where you're like, oh yeah, I really want to put all of my items into Hew Maan because then I will farm gems faster, and that will give me more blacksmithing contracts as well as potions and everything else, so that I can level up my other characters. So Hew Maan's really good to put those in. Briv also does a thing where he just skips areas and you still get the credit for him. But he takes substantially more item levels, and you have to build them up beforehand. You have to run through beforehand and build up some stacks in a mission beforehand to use them in the next mission. So you can't really use them like every mission unless you plan things just exactly particularly well. For his jumping ability. So whereas Hew Maan's just works. So Hew Maan I will get. I might do that on the stream, just depending on how time works out, because I've already got 3 pieces and he's on half price right now. So we got Barrowin in this slot. I'm spoiled for choice. I got Araja and Rust. Rust I got from up here. Fury of the Black Rose. Arisia I got from the last event that just ended. And then Nova I got from a code. Nova is like second best in slot. I mean, Averin is the best support in slot. She's a tank. Both of them boost your DPS character a bunch. They're very powerful. So I was really glad to have her. And then slot 12, I needed somebody. I could have waited till the 15th because, as we see over here, if we look at the events, we have a slot 12. Miria, she's going to be available then. I could have also waited until I got Azaka Stormfang, the one used for Azaka farming gold in Tomb of Annihilation. I have been playing through Tomb of Annihilation. I haven't done any variants. I'm going to do all the regular ones and then go back and do variants. But if we look, this that I have running is nothing. It's just something I had going on the screen because I was checking something with the formation. But if we go to Tomb of Annihilation and we go over here, all right, we have to do Azaka's Procession Part 1. And then we have to do Part 2, which doesn't show up until you finish Part 1. But you can see we have to have done 30 Tomb of Annihilation adventures or variants. I have so far done 14. Okay? I've got one more over here. Normal one. All right? Then the thing goes up here, and I think it only goes up to like one more spot. And then so there's 3 over there, and then I'm going to have to go back here and start doing variants. There should be plenty of easy variants to get me there, but all that's going to take some time before I get Azaka. I want to get her sooner rather than later because Azaka farming really helps you boost your favor and your gold and thereby your blessings and everything a lot. So we are going to work on that. You can see I can get Drizzt. All I have to do is complete this mission. I'm planning on doing that on stream here tonight. I've been waiting to do that on stream. I didn't really need him. I had the characters in slot that I needed. He didn't really add anything to my party at this point. Because once again, he's a DPS. You only need one good DPS. He does have some gold find abilities, so he will be useful for Azaka farming, especially early on when right now we only have so many gold find champions. So this little icon right here will show up here. It will also show up down in the little tray. So what I mean by that is, so if I start this back up, see it's right down here. I think once you get like 6 character slots that have alternate ones, it shows up. All right. And when you click on it, it's going to give you this warning, which is really kind of dumb. They need to get rid of the stupid warning. But it will give you a warning that says like, do you want to enable like Modron mode and multi-party mode? It's in beta test or some nonsense. It hasn't been fully worked out, or I don't remember exactly what it says, something like that. But just click through it. That's a bunch of nonsense. It's been around for years now at this point. It works great. You're definitely, even if you don't use the multi-party mode, which is the screen right here, you'll have 1, 2, then 3, and then 4 parties in here eventually. What you really want is that Modron Core. So if we click on that and we can see it says deadly. Okay. Well, here's the thing about it. You can't get favor towards split the party. If you run the game, if you run this multiple times, it doesn't matter. Your favor won't carry over. You are just going to have to go in here with the power that you have and, do the best you can. Now, is that to say it's super hard? Not really. There are some. Okay, it's harder than a regular mission. Let's just be upfront with that. It's harder than doing a regular quest, but It's not super hard. It's not undoable. You just have to go into it and use the right strategy. Okay? And it's always going to say deadly. The only thing that's going to make this easier is your global blessings, global perks, things like that. Actually, right now, I guess you could technically get a Modron Core without doing that. On the 15th, if we look at the rewards here, right? So we have the rewards, right? That are available here. All right. These ones with the red lock, or these ones that aren't locked, that I could actually, it says I could purchase, but I don't have any currency because the event hasn't actually started yet. So obviously keep this in mind if you're trying to get your extra characters. Is look, here's 6 time gate pieces right now. That means you can get one character, any character you want in any slots you want, or you could get 2 of these ones that are 3 time gate pieces a piece, right? Which is also why, if you look at it, so look under rewards, look, we got 6 here, and they have given out a code for Spurt, and they're giving out Turiel in the event before it starts. So technically, you can get these 2 before it even starts. You'll need to get these 3; they're half price, right? This very first one that only costs 1,000 currency, you can get that probably in the first. What? Why did that come up? In the first day of the event or whatever, right? Potentially, and then you can get 2 more, and then you can use half of this 6 to get one of the other ones. Once you get here, once you get your level up, see, it doesn't show the level you get. Well, you'll have these quests, and they'll give you experience points, which will level you up and let you move down. Okay, well, one of the rewards in here, where is it? Now it's all the way down here at tier 10. Okay, reach level 28. Maybe you'll have enough that power and stuff, you'll be able to get to this point during the event. The event lasts for like the whole season, so it's going to last like basically almost 3 months. So you'll have a lot of time, but this will give you. Oh, that's Modron Core XP. So where's the Modron Core? Did I miss it already? Where's the? Oh, there it is. Okay, so it's only up here at tier 3. This is that's XP to level up your Modron Core. So actually, sorry, you only have to get to tier 7, and you can get this unaffiliated Modron Core, which is a new one, designed to massively buff unaffiliated champions. Those are champions who do not have an affiliation. FYI, Zorbu, one of the best champions in the game, he does not have an affiliation. He is not from a specific Dungeons and Dragons tabletop live stream show, or from a video, Baldur's Gate video game, or from a campaign book or anything like that. He's a character that CNE just made. I think he was year 1 or year 2, but so he's an early character that they made. So he's unaffiliated. So if this is designed to massively buff unaffiliated champions, this could make one of the best DPS. This could be the best core to use for one of the best DPSs in the game who is unaffiliated. It's only 1,000 currency, and it's only down in the 3rd tier, level 7 to unlock. You should definitely be able to do that. Probably take a week. So this is not normally the case. Normally the case to get Modron cores, you're going to have to do split the party, and then split the party 2 to get the speed one, and then there's a split the party 3 that gives you the magic one. Yeah, the magic one. But yeah, I mean, here we can get the unaffiliated core. And it's not even the red ones. Those are free for everybody. Okay, the purple ones, if you want the stuff on the purple side, right? If you want the stuff on the purple side, like this familiar, these skins, these feats, whatever, any of this stuff on the purple side, okay? You have to buy the season pass, which you can buy anytime during the season. You can wait until the season is like the day before the season ends and then buy it. Knowing at that point that you have currency to get all this stuff, so you can wait until you have a high enough level and enough currency to get all these things and then buy it, get them all at once. Or you can do it at day one if you want to do that. If you want to spend money on the game, the best thing to spend money on the game is familiars. And the second best thing to spend money on the game, I would say, is the season pass. It's $10 and you get all this extra stuff that's on the right side, which is a ton of skins, special feats. And these special feats that they have in here, so far, there has been no other way to get those feats. They may show up in wild offers or something, but these are the only feats in the game that you cannot buy with gems. Okay? Now, I got the season pass for the first season because they had a Modron Core that was for the Champions of Erois, because the characters in the first season were Champions of Erois. And I like them a lot, and they're a powerful group. And so I got it because I wanted the Champions of Erois Modron Core, and the skins for the more skins for the Champions of Erois and stuff. Season 2, there was not a Modron Core at all in Season 2, like there is in this one. This one, though, the Modron Core is free. I think the familiar in Season 2 was on the free side. This time the familiar is on the pay side. So for $10, you're getting a familiar, which is what it costs for one familiar anyway, and you're getting a whole pile of skins. They usually are in packs that are like, they're basically like $10 a piece. So you're doing good there if you care about skins. Maybe you don't. A lot of people don't. But this one I will probably get. Not on all of my accounts, but on my main account, I'll probably get it. The skin for Hew Maan, I think, is cool. That feat, 80% feat on spurt. One for Hew Maan that does bud damage. I haven't fully decided, but I may get on this one. Maybe not. We'll see. If the Modron Core was over here in the season pass side, which I'm glad they didn't. It's nice it's available for everybody. But if the Modron Core was over on this side, then I would definitely get it. So that's something to think about. And then also keep in mind, like I said, those seasons, like Shandy and Viconia, I got them actually after the season had ended. Season 2, though I did get these 6 time gate pieces. I don't remember, they had a tier 1 and a tier 2 6 time gate pieces. I don't remember if I got to level 4 in the very short period of a day or a couple of days that I was playing before season 2 actually ended. But for the week after season 2 ended, when it still showed the season 2 characters in here, they were still 3 time gate pieces a piece. And so that's how I got Viconia and Shandy for 3 pieces each. And now I got Barrowin for 3, and I can get Hew Maan for 3 if I want to. See, if I go into the time gates, right? Here, I'm going to close this one. You can see I just got Zorbu. And I'm going to convert it to Performance Favor. Okay. So if I open up a new one, right? You can see, look, Turiel, 3 time gate pieces, Birdsong 3, Barrowin 3, Hew Maan 3, Spurt 3. So you can see I can get those. The others are grayed out because I don't have 6 pieces. See, I don't have enough to open them. But if I want to open Hew Maan, I can. If I want to open Barrowin, I can. I just already did. There wouldn't be any point. I mean, I could get more gear for her, but I'm I'm not really at the spot where I'm trying to get gear, open time gates to get gear. I'm at the point of like opening time gates to get champions. Unless there was a specific champion that I was really trying to get good gear on, like say Hew Maan. If I was really trying to get that speed item, that dragon eggs gear, or maybe Zorbu. If I really was trying to get geared on Zorbu, because he's going to be basically my carry DPS for every adventure that I can use him in, which he has a feat for his intelligence that makes him even eligible for Strahd. So it would be. So that's how I got all that. Oh, and I also wanted to I'm in an adventure. I wanted to show you in the shop, familiar wise. If you go to packs here, the first one you'll see right here in the pack, it only shows you packs you don't already own. So if you already own it, it won't show up. But that's where the familiar this one. That's where the baby God, I can't even pronounce that. Genwavar familiar came from. These first 3, those are from gems. I think the tiger was too. So maybe those 4 I got all of them out of the gems. Yeah. I got all of them out of the gem store, I'm pretty sure. So I bought 4 out of the gem star. This one I got from Fury of the Black Rose. And then this one I got for free in the store. It's a pack that literally says free. All you have to do is grab it. So yeah, just do that. Because you're going to need them with the Modron automation. So let's go ahead and move on to split the party. So, split the party. You see what you do there. You just click on the multi-party up here. You say you want to unlock the next party, and you split the party. Okay? Let's go over split the party. This is very important. Okay? In fact, I am going to write down the areas so that I remember them when exactly they're going to happen, because when they happen, you really need to know about it. All right. So no favor bonus or favor reward. Okay. You cannot build up favor. You do not get any favor from doing this. You have to do it with no favor. No gold boost except what you get from, well, let's say you had that Modron Core from the season. You could use that to get some gold boost. But other than that, you're only going to get gold boost if your champions have are gold champions with a gold find bonus. Oh, and from gold potions. So you're going to want to have gold potions for this. I would also recommend that you have speed potions for this, because they will make farming gold faster. You're actually going to have to like spend some time farming gold on some of these levels, or maybe go back levels at certain points to farm gold, so that you have enough to upgrade your characters to proceed. So you may go back and forth a little bit in this mission. All right. Areas get harder much more quickly. This is not a little, but a lot. Okay. Normally you're, by the time you get to this point, in Tomb of Annihilation, maybe you've cleared area 400. Maybe you even got up to like area 500 on, some of the free plays or whatever. because you have a 10-party formation. You've got some choices as to who you're putting in there. If you're building a good formation and you've built up a lot of favor and a lot of blessings, like in Tomb of Annihilation right now, I have almost all the blessings, I think, unlocked, because I'm getting lots of favor, having that 10th character on the screen instead of the 9 in the Sword Coast formation really helps with that a lot. Helps you push farther to get more gold. Also, it gives you more gold find if you have champs in there that do gold damage. This is not going to be as easy as Stroll. So if I went to like Waterdeep Dragon Heist, which I have no favor in, okay, I haven't run any missions in it, with the current characters I have and whatnot, I would expect, or say I went in a Time Gate. Well, Time Gate's a little different. Time Gate and events are actually easier than normal. But so let's say Waterdeep. If I went in there, I would expect that I could probably clear area 150 no problem, right? Just with the blessings that I have and the characters I have and their current gear and item levels, etc., whatever. All right. This, we only have to get to area 50, and it's going to be harder. Especially with the restrictions. The enemy damage ramps up quickly. So from one area to the next is going to be like going up, somewhere between 3 and 5 normal areas of difficulty increase from one area to the next to the next. You know how their health bars go up, their damage they do go up, goes up, all that stuff. That is going to ramp up a lot faster than it normally does. Okay. Click damage is reduced to 0 after area 5. So you can use familiars to do click damage from areas 1 through 5, and after that, your familiars won't do anything. Okay? They won't do anything. So once you've leveled up your click damage, if you level it up at all, you only need to level it up so that it's killing things at level 5, because after that, your familiars will be out there, but they will not be doing click damage. It will basically be disabled. Fire breath potions cannot be used. It wouldn't matter because fire breath potions affect click damage, and you're not doing any click damage. Now, if I get Viconia out there, she can work sort of like a fire breath potion, right? So she could be very useful in this mission. But keep that in mind. You don't need her to do this. Okay. Once a champion is placed in the formation, they cannot be swapped or removed. Let me say that again. Once a champion is placed in the formation, they cannot be swapped or removed. So that includes your very first champion. You know how when you start a mission or a quest or a objective, I guess, start objective. When you start that, you know how your slot 1 character starts out in play. So right now, my slot 1 character is Brunor. I also have Turiel, but I use Brunor last. So since I was using Brunor in slot 1 last, he's the one that's going to go in. If I wanted to use Turiel instead of Brunor as my slot 1 character, you cannot take a character out once you stick them on the field. Okay? If I wanted to use Turiel instead, I would need to go close this, go click on any other mission, and set my slot 1 to Turiel. Then I could end that mission and then come back here. So if you want to use somebody other than Brunor in your slot 1, make sure you go and set that before you start the objective. I mean, I guess you could start the objective and then you could just cancel out and go and then change it. But because there's not really a penalty for not doing it. But just keep that in mind. That's how it's going to work, okay? And the reason why now you can move them around in this they tend to call it the bacon strip film formation. These 5 columns with 5 columns with 2 rows, 2 characters in each column, right? You can move them around, but you cannot take them off. So once they're up here, okay? And until well, we'll get to the next thing, okay? In areas 13, that means area number 13. I'm going to write these down. I mean, I could have the guide open from Garwar. Areas 27 and areas 37. 50% of the champions in your active formation are removed from the party and locked for the remainder of the adventure chosen at random. Okay. When you get to area 13, 50% rounded up. So if you have 3 characters on the field, it will take 2. Okay? If you have 4 characters on the field, it will take 2. If you have 2 characters, it will take 1. If you have all 10 slots out, it will take 5 of those characters off at random, and they will be locked. They will have a little circle with a line through them, like when you do a variant and somebody doesn't qualify for that variant for whatever reason, and you will not be able to put them back out again. Okay? That's going to happen 3 times when you get to area 13, 27, and 37. That is the major challenge in Split the Party, other than just the difficulty ramping up and the no-click damage. Those things are kind of minor. This is the main thing that affects your strategy. So, if we look over here, this is Garwar's Guide to Split the Party. I strongly recommend that you read this. It's in my link to Garwar's Guides on the screen. Okay? Over here, in my link, the one to Garwar's Guides. If you scroll down to Split the Party 1 and 2, all right, this is the guide where he will cover the strategy, okay? And he will go in depth. Look, he talks about how the champions get much harder than usual. Click damage. He has all this stuff written out. So if you would like to be able to see this nice and written out, right? Rather than me just walking through it like I just did, okay? And he even has suggested formations. So what the trick to this boils down to is, early on, don't fill your formation up. You don't need 10 characters, okay? You need 2, right? He uses Brunor and Jarlaxle starting out, okay? Then, when he hit area 13, his Jarlaxle got taken out. So what did he do? He put in Calliope, Ashara, and Nayeli, and he even tells you what specialization he picked, okay? Then he used these 4 champions until he got to level 27. Then on level 28, you can see Brunor and Calliope were left. The other 2 got kicked out. Then he put in Hitch, Celeste, and Tyrell. Okay? So once you get past 37, the last time they take anybody out, then you can fill the whole party up. From 38 to 50, you can fill them all the way up. And let me also say, this only counts the first time that you get through that level, all right? So, if I'm here, right? Pre-13, and I've got these 2 champs in, right? Then when I get to 13, it takes 1 away. Now I've got 1 champion standing on the field. If I want to, I can jump back to area 5 where click damage still works, remember? Remember that click damage still works thing? I can jump back to level 5, let click damage sit there and kill the enemies, and then I can put together my formation and I can, level them up and I can get them ready. A couple things to keep in mind here are, one, like I said, don't put extra characters in you don't need. You want to manage who you're putting in. You only need the characters as few as possible while they're getting eliminated. Okay? The other thing is, only level them up as much as you need. So just because I can level, I'll probably start with Brunor and Jarlaxle just like he's recommended in this guide. There's no reason not to. I think that's a sound strategy. But I'm only going to level them up so that they're beating the areas and moving forward. I'm not just going to level them up just if I have the extra gold, because I'm going to lose one of them. So any gold I put into them, more than what is necessary, is going to be lost. And he covers that in here. That this is, he talks about, how to level them up, all that good stuff. Okay, and then he goes into split the party too. You have to have 3 champions in every slot to do split the party 2. Split the party 1, you need at least 2 in each slot. Split the party 2, you need at least 3 in each slot. And when you finish it, you get the speed core, which is the Modron core that's focused on speed, makes your game go faster. It has multiple speed effects that do that, like spawn speed faster. It's got a Hew Maan thing where it can make your kills count for more than one, etc., etc. It's got multiple speed effects. Doesn't do as much damage as the modest core, which is the first one you get. They call it modest, but general core probably would have been a better name. It basically is good for gold find and doing damage, and it's just not specialized on a special thing. Like there's a strong core, which is good for melee characters. There's the magic core that's good for magic characters. There's the Erois core that was from the first season that's good for the champions of Erois. And then we have this new unaffiliated core, I should say, that we haven't really seen yet, but presumably it will be. It says it's good for unaffiliated champions. I'm sure that's probably true. Probably has boosts that only apply to unaffiliated champions. Okay. Generally, the modest core, the first one you get, is the one you want to use for pushing deep. It will get you the farthest with every character that where you're not using a melee character as your DPS, like Artemis or Krond, which are more late game options. So early on, this will be your pushing core. The speed core will be your core to go fast, which you will use for gem farming. And you will also use at the beginning of the mission. You will go as far as you can with the speed core. Once you have both the cores maxed, where you have all the 15 or whatever spots piped up together, is what I'm talking about. You will push as far as you can with the speed core because it will get you there faster. And then when you hit your wall, you will switch to the modest core, and maybe you will go another, 25, 50 areas, whatever it is. Okay. Or you will be using, if you're using multiple parties, you will use the cores. One core only goes to one party. So you will assign the other cores to the other parties, so that they each have a Modron core, because they all give you more power. It's just some are better at some power than others. Speed core is better at speed, etc., etc. So we are going to start this objective. All right, we got Brunor. I'm going to put me some little clickers out here. And it's like, oh yeah, gosh, they're not doing anything. All right, I'm going to use a huge clairvoyance potion and a large clairvoyance potion and a huge speed potion. All right, Bruno, kill those guys. See, you can see, like, even at the very first mission, I'm at the first area. Click damage should be killing these guys. It's not. They're having to come back here and get hit by Brunor to die. And I am only at area 1. And my gold find sucks. Oh, here's another thing too, is, we're going to have these open spots. It's better to be at back of formation, so they're getting chewed up and slowed down longer by the familiars at the front. And I might as well just stick all my familiars out here at the field, because I'm not going to use any of them to level up automatically, because I'm going to want to do all this manually. I'm going to go ahead and I'll go ahead and put the music on. So we have a little background music, but yeah, and I might turn that down just a little bit. I don't know if that did anything. Oh. Okay. You can see it's going to take a second before we even get to Jarlaxle to unlock him. You can see I've already gotten knocked back once. That's why I said you're going to want some potions, you know what I mean? And I might even do the damage one. I'll do an hour of health one. As you can see, I'm only in area, 3? And I've got a level 9 click damage. Normally, you'll need your click damage level as high as the level that you're currently in. Right, I turned off the auto advance. I was going to do it anyway. The first time you beat a boss, it advances even if you haven't turned it off. I'm going to go back to 5 because this is where click damage works. I want to get this click damage up to where it actually kills the enemies. I feel like it's killing them. I mean, yeah, okay. So I may end up jumping back to this level 5 in the future here. As I move forward, because if it takes half my characters away and I don't have any gold to unlock and level up the additional characters I want to use, it's gonna suck. I'm gonna have to come back here and kind of sit here and farm a little bit of gold, and that's why speed potion, gold find potion that are gonna last, and I may even, yeah, let's make this go real fast. We'll do the hour one. This should not take an hour. I know I'm telling you that this is like really hard, but you just have to use this right strategy that we're using here, okay? Which is, the same one that basically everybody uses. That, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't switch it back to the. You're sitting there staring at the screen, but okay, so you can see we're following the strategy here. So you're gonna want to use those potions. You can see where we're at, right? Doesn't hurt to use them because we're using the speed and the gold potions to farm gold. It was basically about all we're doing. And now I feel like this should be mentioned. You know how it talks about it's random which characters it removes? For some reason, and I have not heard any accounts really from anybody to discount this, Bruenor never seems to get removed. He always seems to be one left behind. I'm not going to tell you can level up Bruenor and guarantee that he won't randomly be removed, but I've done this on 3 accounts before now, and I've done Split the Party 2 on all 3 of those accounts. Not counting this one, this is my fourth account. And I've never had Bruenor removed. I've watched Garwar do it multiple times. Never got it removed. And then he's commented about this too. And in the chat, I don't think anybody ever, lots of people said, yeah, I had Bruenor all the way till the end. And nobody contradicted and said that their Bruenor got taken away. So I don't know if that's just a bug or whatever. And I don't know that you can just blindly count on it. But you can try. Just something to keep in mind. Bruenor always seems to stick around till the end. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, and I don't know if that would apply to anybody you had in slot 1. So if you had, say, if you're doing this in a little while and we've got to that next event, the one with Orkira, who is a powerhouse. She is awesome. She heals and she debuffs. She is awesome. Okay? I can't say that enough. But if that's the case, if it's just whatever slot 1 character you put, or if it only is just some random thing with Brunor, gosh, it'd be great if you had Orkira in and you could keep her the whole time. Okay, see, now I'm getting my butt kicked. I just got my butt kicked at Area 10. So now here I am at like Area 9, I'm farming. These clickers aren't doing anything. This is actual just damage from my characters. Okay, I'm leveling them up. Let's see if we can get past it now. There's some flexibility in the guide I showed you. You know, it said put 2 characters in here. Hey, if you need to put in 4 characters to get through this first part, or 3, if you put in 3, you're going to lose 2. So you might as well put in 4 because you're still going to lose 2. That's in Split the Party 1. In Split the Party 2, it takes 60%, so don't do that in Split the Party 2. But depending on how many characters you have, like, I don't just have 12 characters. Because these slots, like, the ones from the event and the slots, and I don't know if they did this on purpose or just random that it worked out this way, but the Fury from the Black Rose ones, all the 3 characters that they give you free in Fury of the Black Rose and the 3 slots that they give you in the last event were all the same. So I have three characters in that slot, 3 characters in this slot, 3 characters in this slot. That was just a time gate. Free time gate randomness thing, and I've got at least 1 or more of these other slots that also have 3 in them, you know. So depending on how many characters you have, you might can afford to lose more characters. So you can also kind of factor that in, that the more characters you have, you can afford to maybe stick in a few more characters. So like if I could put in a tank right now, that would certainly that would keep my character alive. Okay, I'm not quite there yet, so back to farming some gold. This is where the gold find and the speed potion came in, because otherwise I could be sitting here watching this screen moving slowly and getting, you know, basically like nothing in gold. At least right now I'm getting 4,800% more gold find. And a little bit of that's Jarlaxle, but not a lot. What's these? 125% bonus. Okay, so it's not nothing, but most of the gold find should be coming from the potions. 400%, 300%. That's 1,200% more right there, you know, because you multiply them. Or is that right? I don't know. I'm not thinking straight on that right now, but yeah, you definitely, you know, if you don't want this to be like really slow slog and just brutal as could be, this is probably a good way to go about it. Now, something I may be tempted would be like, oh, why don't I throw in Delana? I don't want to use her. I'll just stick her up front here and let them chew on her. And that'll give me enough time to kill this wolf and move on, right? But what if I get stuck with her? So you can't just throw in crappy characters or characters that aren't going to work well, or that you haven't leveled up or don't have good gear or any of that sort of nonsense. You can't throw them in here because you don't know which ones it's going to take out. So you might get stuck with some crappy character for the whole round. You know what I mean? So that's the balancing act, right? Do you put in your best characters kind of early? I mean, I wouldn't say Jarlaxle. I mean, Jarlaxle is the DPS I've mostly been using because he's good in the early game. He has Gold Find, but I mean, he doesn't hold a candle to a Zorbu that has gotten his kill counts up to, say, EO4 on all 4 spots. Of course, you need enough favor to get him out because he's in slot 12, but, you know, after your first couple passes, you know, that's not a big deal, and he can out damage Jarlaxle by a ton. And Jarlaxle does this kind of irritating thing where he always attacks the characters back here at the back. He attacks the backmost because he's backstabbing. That's something you need to consider. So, see, Jarlaxle attacks the furthest enemies. If it dies, he keeps on attacking, halving his damage each time. So he can hit multiple characters. If he kills one, then he hits another character at half damage, and if he kills that one, then he attacks another character at quarter damage. So he can take out more than one character. Once you start getting towards your wall, he doesn't. Whereas if you have a character like Ashara, who fires out multiple magic missiles that hit a ton of characters, or Zorbu, whose shot fires like straight through and hits multiple characters, that's more useful, you know. All right, we're gonna get him this time. Die. We might get overwhelmed here. We'll see. I think we got this one too. Now, I don't know if we're going to get to 13. Well, let me upgrade Jarlaxle one more time. These bunnies might get us. We're dying to bunnies. Dang. And we're close to that area 13 where we're going to lose somebody. Well, we're going to lose half. We're going to lose 50% of our people on the field, which right now is 1. So remember, that's going to happen 3 times at 13, 27, and 37. So that's what you need to bank around is like, look, I'm going to lose half my characters 3 times. So if we can get through this first one, all right, and we only lose 1 character in the first one, that means we can be a lot more liberal in our second and our third with who we put out. Because it's like, okay, well, once we get put through this one, it's going to happen again, and then one more time after that. So we got enough characters that we should be able to fill out more, more significant formations. All right. I leveled them both up one more time. Let's try this again. And Jarlaxle's level ups are kind of decent. They're like plus 300% damage or something, I think, on the ones that damage himself. But see, he hits the ones furthest away from him. So, like the ones that build up on your tank line. I mean, when you have a tank line, we don't even have a tank line right now. But the ones that build up on the front, they're not getting. They're just going to keep hitting you because he's hitting the guys way in the back. Whereas if this was Zorbu and those guys were building up right here, he'd fire one arrow and it would go through that whole, every single one of them that's there in a bunch. It would go through them and anybody behind them. He shoots a random one, but it doesn't, like, if they're all right here in front of you and you shoot somebody over here, well, the arrow's going to go through all the people in front of you to hit this guy over here. So it doesn't matter. Usually, like, if he picks somebody in the front or back, he's probably going to wipe out, all the people that are up front pounding on you, Oh, man. Give me more gold find. And more speed. So yeah, try to go into this with potions, okay? This is one of those things where, remember when I said that in the patron shops, which I don't have any patron stuff unlocked yet, but remember when I said in the patron shops they have huge potions and don't buy them because they're a ripoff? They're not always a ripoff, okay? I mean, yes, you probably shouldn't buy them, okay, as a general rule. But if you're about to do split the party or split the party 2, and you do not have a huge speed or a huge gold potion, buy those 2 potions. It's worth it. Because this is a pain in the butt. It's worth it. The reward is fantastic. That Modron Core is really like, your 13th character. Or that's always has a slot. You can always... I haven't seen a variant yet that says your Modron Core doesn't work. You know what I mean? That might be a good... That might be a good variant. I mean, that would be a punishing restriction. You lose your Modron Core. I mean, having a Modron Core, especially a level 15 Modron Core that's got level 4 flow to all the nodes, is easily as valuable as a whole extra character. It maybe 2 characters, depending, like, especially when you start, like, that's one thing that makes Split the Party 2 a lot easier. Yes, it takes 60%. Yes, maybe the enemies are harder than these ones, but you're going to have more characters. You're going to have 3 slots full all the way across, so you can put out a couple more characters and it won't hurt you, but you're also going to have a Modron Core. That Modron Core is going to give you a ton of gold boost, all right? A lot of the nodes in that Modron Core are gold boost. Some are damage boost, some increase your health and all that sort of stuff. But Modron gold boost right now, like having more gold boost is a huge advantage. That's one of the biggest limitations right now that we're suffering from is gold shortage. But you see where we're at here, right? You see what I'm saying? Like, even with these speed potions and the gold find potions, it's still taking us, I don't know, I'm not timing it, but let's say it's taking us 5 minutes per area to go through, because I can't go to the next area until I have enough, I can do enough damage. I mean, that's a penalty. I could stick in another character and just know that I'm going to lose them, basically. I mean, I do have multiple slots here where I've got 3. But it's like, see, look, I could stick in a character I don't care about, like Minsk. You know what I mean? Or Delana. That's not really going to do much for me. But if I get stuck with them, it's going to suck. I mean, I guess it would be the end of the world, but it's not really what you're looking for, is not to get... Oh yeah, Master of Piracy, that'll increase my gold find. See, I mean, honestly, right now, I would rather keep Jarlaxle than Brunor when this happens, because Jarlaxle is giving me gold find bonus. That's another thing to keep in mind, is I'm going to lose Jarlaxle. If history has told me anything... I don't know if it's just sheer randomness or what, but I'd be willing to bet that I end up keeping Brunor and losing Jarlaxle, because that's what's always happened in the past. And Jarlaxle is one of the, other than the gold potions, the only thing I'm getting gold boost from is Jarlaxle. And I don't want to lose him, because that's going to make it that much harder to level up the characters going forward. The only saving grace is, as I move to the higher levels, I'm going to get more gold. Okay, you see Jarlaxle now. It's hard to tell because he's moving so fast. But you can see he's doing enough damage now that he kills one and then kills the second one. And it even looks like he's maybe even killing 3 of them at a time because of his, backstab. It's sort of like a backstab with a cleave, you know? Like he backstabs, and if it kills him, he keeps going. So yeah, we have enough. We're going to get through this. All right. See, look, I got Brunor. And now I'm getting overrun. 5. Go back to level 5. Okay. So now I need to put in some different characters. All right. See, Jarlaxle, he's X'd out. I can't use him anymore. So who do I want to use? Maybe I'll put Sentry in. I'm at least do 4, so we'll put. All right, we'll stick Sentry in. Let's see. We need DPS. What do I want to use for DPS? Could use Ashara, Minsk, Hitch, Delana, Makos. At
the edge of thought, where screams fade to whispers, where secrets are
I guess we'll go with Hitch. Okay, we use Hitch for our DPS. And let's see, who do I want to use as a buffer to support them? We'll go with Calliope. All right. Okay, now we're gonna move forward and see how far we can go forward to get the most gold that we can without getting eliminated. Okay, so with these 4, this tree is a pain in the butt. This is gonna be like the toughest boss. Oh, we got him. Okay. The tree is like the toughest boss because when the tree gets up on you, he hits like everybody in the party. We'll put him in this buffer thing rather than his multi-hit like knife thing. We'll have him do his charismatic buff thing. Okay, gosh, we're doing this now. All right, see, so we got through 13. That was the hard one because we were only doing it with 2 characters. See, now we got 4 characters, and we're making enough gold. Actually, our gold percentage that we're earning went up. Oh, I activated more potions. I think that's why. Because I was like, gosh, we lost Hitch, and I didn't add in another gold coin potion. Oh, I never set our feet. Put her speed effect on. Okay, next area, we're going to lose half our people again. Once we get through this one, this is 27, so when we finish this area... Okay, we lost Calliope and Sentry. So we're gonna go back to 5. So that was 27. Okay, so we're gonna lose half our party one more time. So we can kind of put in whoever we want right now, honestly. I mean, we're not gonna go ridiculous. We're just gonna put in what we need. But let's make Tyrell our tank, and then let's I'm gonna put Freely in here to buff. Ooh, I don't know which one of those I want to pick yet. That's okay.
Light of the black rose, breaker of his oaths, assassin of his blood, soul forever.
I'm gonna put a Shara in. I'm gonna set her to
love's last breath, to linger in undeath.
Potpourri.
Cursed by his
So she's buffing herself.
to live eternally as the
Okay.
years go by, as I live and die.
Alright, she's neutral. He's neutral. Chaotic. Neutral. Guess we'll go with neutral. Alright, let's move forward. I feel like we're getting overrun. Yeah. I'm gonna stick Viconia in. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So I got 6 in right now. I'll lose 3 of them. That'll be fine. I'll still have plenty to make a good party with after this. Let's see what happens here. Okay, I'm killing enough of them that I'm turning them into zombies or whatever, and they're killing their buddies. That's helping to keep them from building up too much. Okay, come on, kill that thing. Get him. Get him. Yeah. Once we get past 37, I can put a whole formation of 10 in here and not even have to worry about it, so. Okay, we just got stomped. We barely got through that, so let's go back to where we're doing. Okay, this is pretty good. Okay, that gave us gold fine. That's good. We need that. Brynar's Bounty of the Hall bonus. I don't really want to put in more than the 6 that we got now. We're just going to have to get some gold and level them up. Then once they're leveled up, we can stomp through here. We'll get to level 37 where we lose half the people, and then we can put a full 10-person formation in here, and we'll get through those last, dozen missions, no problem. And I like everybody I got in here, so I don't care like who they take. I like who I got in here, and I've got a whole bench full of other characters I like, so we'll be good to go. Feel pretty. We basically got this. We got past the tree at 15. That's one of the toughest parts. I mean, I still even got Desmond in the slot. He's good. I don't mind using Desmond. He's sweet. I can still pull out Shandy. She's gonna buff any of my good DPSs because they're got good dexterity except for Ashara, and she's in the same slot, so it doesn't matter about her. Jiving with Shandy. I've got Nova. She's a great buffer. I got Zorbu. I can drop in here. I haven't built up his killed enemies yet, but he should still do decent. I mean, Barrowin, she acts so I've got a tank. I mean, I still have a tank. Naeli could be a tank. I still have like 3 tanks. They do fine. I got Solok. He's in good shape. He's got good gear. He's up, Spurt is good. His gear's not the greatest, but I've got a shiny. That's cool. Keelek's a good healer / support. Like he has a decent boost, and he's a healer. So, I mean, I feel pretty confident. Still got Makos I can drop in. He's a good buffer, or he could be he could be a DPS too. I mean, let's see, are we ready to kill these stupid skunks? Gotta hit him with everything. Tyrell setting bud. That's weird. Okay. Okay, so we're gonna have to grind some more gold. Or dropping a buffer. Another support. Who would I drop in though? Not anybody else I really want to drop in, because I'll either could get stuck with them. I mean, like, I would drop in Rust or Orija, but then if I get stuck with them, I can't put Nova in. If I put Nova in and I lose her, that's gonna make me sad. If I lost her and Tyrell, and then I would have to use Naeli as a tank and the Barrowin. I mean, that wouldn't. I mean, they can work, but that wouldn't be my first choice. Yeah, I hate hate wasting all my gold potions, but
story of unending dread about a creature of fire, a creature at war.
whatever, we'll just do it.
Demon sinister to the core. Listen close to my words
Oh, I
now
can
as we snuggle in tight. Of this two-headed
need some more giant
monster
potions.
who devours the night. Aim longs to break
Need some more
free,
health.
inflicting horror and pain. And hath Rudyard seems nothing but destruction to reign.
Please rally.
When the gazes turn upon you, it brings
Keep what you want to look at is your bud, so I'm doing like E38.
There's nothing that can save you from them valleys. Demons on with their baleful gaze will devour the world at the end of our days. Demons on the simple and beast, our multiverse shall be their feast.
Let's try it again. See if I can do it with ultimates.
Children, and lay down your head while we tell you a story of unending dread. Started on the wrong foot, on the wrong side of the wagon tracks. The only place I've called home is a place I'm never going back. Headed down the Soul Coast with my dreams all tied up in my pack. Oh, gotta buy my empty pockets, aimless but forever free. Made my way to Waterdeep, got a job placed right in front of me. New friends by my side, we ride toward our destiny. Oh, oh, oh.
need to level up a bit more, I think. Yeah, I don't think I got this one.
Life's better with your friends, living on the edge of danger. I wanna live my life at home, with everyone a stranger. I'm only happy when I roam. My
She
life's
qualify
my
for that?
biggest wager. Oh,
This one 14. Okay, yeah. So she gets hitches bonus.
give me up, shovel me down. Give me up, I'll call you back. I'm going all in, I'll risk it all. No matter how hard I fall. Turning around every corner, never knowing what
Iconia's ability to like turn them around and make them kill the zombie ones, do bud damage, and kill the other ones. Man, that thing is so helpful right now.
pushing it forward, watching spells and daggers fly. Got an ace up my sleeve.
They say pretty much once you have, you know, the you've gotten to where you've got an extra character in every slot, you should be able to do split the party. But the thing about it is, how long is it going to take you? I should have looked at the time when I started. I don't know when I started because I've been streaming for 2 hours, but I spent a lot of time at the beginning talking about the special deals going on right now, like how I went about getting my my extras for all the slots and all that sort of stuff. So I haven't, I don't know exactly how long I've been in. Well, I guess I can look at my potions, huh? Okay, so I have 17 minutes left on an hour-long potion. So 43 minutes.
Who maintains this place, keeping it all pristine? There's no debris in here. You can sneak without a care. Only clean, shining stone and treasure everywhere. The rogue sees something shiny. He takes off down the hall. And suddenly he stops like he's running to a wall. Gelatinous cube. Gelatinous cube.
This isn't really gonna help.
Hero of the dungeon. An exterminator of the noobs. Gelatinous cube. Not a single cobweb, and not one speck of dust. The silver all looks polished, and the iron is free of rust. The corridor is 10 feet tall, and strangely 10 feet wide. There's no place for you to go. There's no place left to hide.
Yeah, I'm killing him, but the gold I'm getting is just slowly, barely like trickling up to upgrades. I'm not really getting where I need to go.
Cube. You ever wonder what it's like to find a death so slow?
Okay, I've almost got enough to upgrade a Shara. That's only 100% more damage though, but the other characters just have self damage. That's not going to help me boost my DPS.
The slime. Its acid eats away at you, dissolving you over time. Gelatinous cube. Gelatinous cube.
Bond by 200. That's better. Because she's bonding herself with Potpourri. 768 total bonus. He's still not dying with Tyrell's ultimate, where he damages and shields himself. And then hopefully whenever I do that, especially if I do Viconia's one, it has a 50% chance to animate dead instead of 25, I think, is the regular one. 40%. Okay, so it's not that much. 50 is not that much better, but it's still better than 40. Really trying not to add in, another character. If I'm going to add one, I might as well add two. I'm trying not to do that. Let's try it and see. E45, it looks like. I'm not getting there. Need to do more damage. I'm gonna have to put another character in here, I think. Okay, now she's up to E46. She should be able to kill that SOB. But I might as well put in one more character because I'm already in this position. It's not going to hurt me to put in one more. Question is, who am I going to put in? I'm going to put Spurt in. Okay, now she's at like E49. Okay, she's got this now. He's gonna... Yeah. Okay, nice. Alright. I want to lose an extra character, but it's alright. I put in ones that I like, but I've got alternates for. Yeah. Yeah. So, we're good. Oh, crap. She's hit us. Let's jump back for a second and figure out who we're gonna... Okay, so we still got Nayeli. We got Desmond. Oh, we got Shandy. Okay, well, let's put in... Took Tyrell, but... We got Nova. I'm gonna put Nova in. And then I'm gonna put Nieli in as a tank. And then we'll put Zorbu in. Oh yeah, baby. Seething Hatred, that's his damage spec. And we're gonna put Shandy in. I should put her there. She buffs within 2, right? Your deck sucks. So I want characters with good dexterity. No.
Hopes and dreams are sour, but fears and doubts are sweet.
Yeah.
We relish in your flavors of defeat. Always rising, gaining power.
Oh, he wants adjacent. Oh well, he's already in now. I can't take him out. Whatever. We got one more slot. Might as well. Okay, I've got my final team. Let's just push. See what happens. All right. Come on, Modron Core. Here we go. Now I'm gonna wish I had Nordrum. He's great for gem farming when you're leveling up Modron Cores because he gives you double experience, or is it double? It might even be more than. There's an item. He has one of his item boosts it, so depending on rarity and item level and all that good stuff. Nice, we finished it. He gives you extra Modron XP for completing areas. Normally you get 1 Modron experience point for each area you complete. He gives you extra. Okay. Kick butt. So see, now we have 2 adventuring parties. You can name them if you want. We're going to go ahead and assign our Modron Core. That offline thing is not that important. It basically just means like it won't just keep going, and definitely you have to check in once a week. All right, let's. I think we can go ahead and get Drizzt. He's gonna just stand there in the middle. He's not gonna do anything.
walking down the street among a bed of flowers.
We're losing the middle slot basically.
It's not as I want to. My heart is skipped a beat, like a moth to a flame. I was drawn to the heat of never winning nights. Never winter dreams.
Decide who I want. Let's go with Nayeli. I don't think we have to get very far with it. 175? Okay. No problem. Oh. Wait on that for a minute. Let's see who all I'm going to end up with in my team. Guess I'm going to go with Celeste. The front slot's going to be Nova. Let's see what we got. Neutral, lawful, neutral, chaotic, neutral. I don't remember what. Let's go with neutral. I wish we would show the counts here. It's something they started adding, and so the new characters tend to have it, and the older characters go back where everybody, like in your party, that matches a certain spec, it'll tell you. It's really nice when it counts it for you. You don't have to go do like I just did and pull up the character sheets and look. That's not ideal, having to look up the character, scroll through the character sheets and look. It's better if it just tells you.
I want you to be happy, I want you to be safe. And if we can
There's Nova.
then I'll toss you in the grave.
How'd I end
I'm
up with
hanging
that?
with the phoenix as we travel across the land, thwarting odds of evil with the cast of burning hands. So let's take it.
Come on, Nova. Yeah. He's chaotic good. Okay, chaotic good is like the most popular alignment in the game, which kind of makes sense because chaotic good is the alignment that a lot of people tend to play. I mean, chaotic good means you do the good thing and you don't give a crap about what the law is somewhere. Like if you go somewhere and there's some corrupt laws or some BS laws you don't believe in, I think it's kind of, it's kind of the alignment that most people feel a hero would do, where they're going to do what's good regardless of what the law says. They don't care what the law says. They care about, doing the right thing regardless of what the law says. That's pretty much the definition of the chaotic good alignment. So they're going to do what's right and the law be damned. In fact, they almost get a perverse pleasure from, disobeying corrupt priests and diplomats and nobles to stand up for the little guy and, do what's right. And so it's not surprising that, since the characters, are usually based off of, a character made by a Dungeons and Dragons player that plays, on stream or YouTube or whatever, that plays in game, online tabletop games, that, chaotic good ends up being a popular alignment because the stats and alignments and stuff are based off of their real characters. The character sheets from their real characters, at least. At whatever time that they do it, and at a time that makes sense, obviously. Like, Okay, I need a third person in this slide. Anyway, start working towards. Where's my? I don't have the automation because I haven't hooked it up. Okay, so let's talk about Modron Cores, okay? So you see, like these say level 2. These spots that say level 2 will open up when we get our Modron Core to level 2. See, we've gone through 17 areas now. Just went up. So we have 17 towards the 8,000 we need to get to the end of level 1, which will make us level 2, which means these level 2 will unlock. And each time a level unlocks, you basically get access to 2 more nodes. But it may not open the most ideal way for you to pipe those nodes. So right now we have this node, which is a gold node, and this one, which is a damage boost node. Okay. So you see, flow less than 2, increase gold found by 20%. More than 2, 80. More than 3, 240%. 4, 480%. You want to get them all over 4 if you can. That's assuming you have the pipes to do that. Same thing with this one. Under 2 is 50. Flow over 2, 200. Over 3, 800. Over 4, 1600. And more recently in the game, they've added this supercharged. So starting at 500 flow. So we were talking at more than 4, but now we're talking if you get it over 500, every time the flow level doubles over 500, increase the effect by 25% up to a max of 500. So, don't worry about supercharging early. That's a sort of a late game thing. They had talked about it for a long time and they finally put it in, but it's, that's one of those things that's kind of like, it's only going to happen, when you have a ton of pipes and you can do whatever you want. Okay, let's figure out how we're going to do this. So it's going to come out of here at 1. Power starts at 1. I split it. Well, plus 20%, and then split it. So I got 0.6 coming out of each one. Make sense? Pick up your gear and open your chests. Throw on your armor and head out on a quest. Hey, hey. And I don't have crap for pieces right now. Okay. You don't really want straight pieces unless your flow's already high enough that you don't need to go any higher. Oh, there's 10. Okay. You want to be boosting all along because that's how you're going to get it high enough to do anything. And you can open this filters thing and you can filter by layout so you get what you want. I don't have the pieces I need. Okay, what I need here is I need something with 2 arrows coming in and then going out, but I need like something like this. You see the difference? See what happened? So it was 10, right? I stuck it in here and it went up to 100 because I'm feeding 2 into it, and then it's going to output this one way. So it's going out at 2.77. Okay. If you can run multiple things in, what I really needed was like a 3-way that did the same thing, but this 4-way worked. But they have to have the arrows for it to combine 2 flows. You have to have the arrows going in. You get what I'm saying? So like this, well, these arrows are going the wrong way. That won't work at all. This has no arrows. So look, if I stick this here, okay, look, the flow goes in. But I don't get the bonus. I got 0.6, 0.72 coming out of this and 0.66 coming out of that. And it's splitting. You got to have one to have arrows pointing in for that to work, for it to combine. It won't combine unless the arrows are pointing in. So this one combines. But now I'm kind of hosed because I'm just going to have to split it again and it's just going to go back down. See? It's 1.52. That's... I just don't have the pieces I need, you know? It just is what it is. That's alright. This is normal at the beginning. Oh, and you need to go... This one is the automation one. If you want the automation to work, you have to pipe through that. You don't have to come and go... You don't have to go to the other side, but you at least have to go through the one side. Oh, man, I don't... Lame. I don't even have enough, like, straight pieces to, like... go over this way and hit this one. Well, what do I have in it? Do I have anything in a T like this? Not the right kind. Damn. So I can either hit the damage boost or the gold boost. I need more Modron. Oh, I've got chests. Crap. I forgot I got 4 chests for completing thing. Let me open these chests. Okay, that's gonna make a big difference having these chests. All right. Hopefully. Okay. Let me level these up real quick, and then we'll pop back into the Modron thing. See, this is lit up. This is showing up now because I've got the automation node piped in. Okay. Whoop. To be the core. All right, so now we've got a lot more nodes now. So first thing we need to do is see if we got any better choices. Yeah, we sure do, don't we? For pipes we already put in. Okay, that's not any better. I don't know if that's better or not. It just doesn't matter. I mean, it's the same amount, but I mean, it's not going to make a difference for what we're doing right now. Yeah, that's the same. But I can do that, I guess. Oh, almost up to 80. Dang. We'll switch those. Maybe it'll matter for this other one. We'll see. Oh, that one's going the wrong way for this, so 1.68. What if I put that there? 1.85. Five isn't gonna enable 2 outputs. Okay. 1.945. Not enough to get to 2. That's all right. Look, it's the best we can do right now. We'll get more pipes. Oh, let me see if I had a 2 in, 1 out. No. Okay. Okay, now the other thing is you have these component pieces. You go into upgrade mode and see I can click on these things. 250 pieces, I can turn that 40 or 20 and make it a 40. Turning these into 5s, that's useless. But upgrading the blue ones is the ones you're going to want to really upgrade generally. But the way you get pieces is you can click on these little dismantle things. You know, like if I dismantle one of those, I get one piece. So all 5 would be 5 pieces. If I dismantle a green one, I get 5 pieces. Blue is probably 10 and whatever. I wouldn't recommend you dismantle any pieces because you're going to need a bunch of these pieces. And they keep releasing more Modron cores. So don't do that. But you can get those pieces other ways. Like, look, I can get 1,000 Modron pieces right here. I pick one more chest over here, and I'll get these 1,000 Modron pieces. Okay, that's enough to turn 4 blues into purples. And what you want to do is you want to look for. I mean, ideally, you would have stuff piped out enough. That you could know ahead of time that they were going to be worthwhile to upgrade. But ideally, what you want to upgrade are these upgrade ones into 40s because there are no you won't get 40s out of chests. You know what I mean? Like even if you get purple ones, they won't be 40s. Or maybe I don't even know if there are purple ones in the chest, but you won't get 40s. You'll get up to 20s. You know what I'm saying? So what you really want to upgrade are the 20s into 40s. So yeah, like if I upgrade this to a 40, I bet that down there will definitely get up to 2.0. Give me the 200% damage boost. We'll see what happens, but yeah, you want to upgrade the ones that are already 20s. You want to upgrade those into 40s. So that's the goal to shoot for. That's the best place to put your pieces. But you'll get some in there. It could be that one of these last 2 chests may have some Modron pieces in it. But I would caution you against dismantling pieces to get or pipes to get pieces, because I mean you're just right now with you can get 4 Modron cores at any time. Now one of those is the strong core. It costs 500,000 gems. I have not bought that on any of my accounts because it's only really good for the melee characters, and I haven't been using the melee DPS characters, even at the end game and late game stuff. So I wouldn't encourage you to do that. But the other Modron cores, you're gonna get from doing split the party 1, 2, and 3, are the modest core. That's the one I've got now. The next one we get for split the party 2, which you can see, look, unlock a third party. Split the party 2. We need 3 in each slot, and we will get the speed core. Those are supposed to be like little wings on it, I guess, to show you that it's fast. And we'll get some more pipes, which we could definitely use. I need 3 champions in every bench slot. So I need slots 1, 3, 5. Oh wait, no. 5 I had. Sorry, that's 6. 6. 1, 3, 6. 1, 3, 6. I'm gonna write it down. 7, 8, 9, and 12. Now 12, I'm definitely not worried about 12. Because Azaka Stormfang's going to be in there. Number 10, we'll get Okori. I don't need more in that slot actually either. So if we look back over here, we can see, okay, 6 I need, and 8 I need, and 12. All 3 of those on the 15th I can get out of the event. Okay. 1 I need, I can get Orkira in the next event. And 7 is Gazric. I can get him in the next event. That leaves me with 3 and 9. That's not so bad. I just need slots 3 and 9, and other than that, in the next, by April 12th, I can get the others. Okay? Right? So, and then I'm going to probably go ahead and get Hew Maan. Already got that. Birdsong. Maybe I should get Birdsong, because I need another slot 9. So when we get to here, and I get these Time Gate pieces from this, I'll probably get Birdsong. And then I'll just need somebody in slot 3. So if let's go back over to, alright, slot 3. Okay, I'm gonna either consider Nahara. She's a DPS / speed. She works kind of like Sentry. She reduces the number of items you need to get or enemies you need to kill to move on to the next area. So she's a strong contender. Brig is a good general support character. He's cool. He's based on a character from Jason Charles Miller played in the Idol Champions Presents. He's the one that does all the bardic inspiration, the music we're listening to right now. That's him singing. Omen is a great support. Artemis is a top tier DPS, but he's end game. We won't worry about him now. Rama is a great support / tank / DPS. You'll never use her as a DPS though, but she has a cool debuff that slows down the enemies and stuff. She's good at that. Mahan, don't worry about Mahan until you get Farida. And where's Havilar? When you have Havilar and Farida, then Mahan is good. They're the members of the Brimstone Angels. They synergize a little bit, but the main thing with Mahan is that you'll have some variants that are like, oh, they have a high strength requirement or something, you know what I mean? And not many people. Strength is something a lot of the characters don't have in general. Like things like charisma, dexterity, constitution. Those are easier to find characters with high stats for that. But Mahan has an ability where if you put Mahan in, you can bring Farida and Havilar, even if they're would otherwise be blocked by the variant restrictions or patron restrictions or any of that. So he's good. He's kind of mediocre as a support, to be honest with you. But the fact that he can let you use Havilar and Farida, who are a good tank and a good DPS, in variants they couldn't otherwise be used in, is good. It's particularly ones that have there's one in Avernus. I think it has you have to have an 18 strength or better or something. Gosh, there's hardly any characters that make that qualification. But you put him in, and it unlocks you 2 more characters you couldn't otherwise use in a variant where you're going to be struggling just to even fill out the formation with 10 characters at all. So he's somebody you definitely going to. I mean, eventually you want to get basically everybody, except I mean, you want to get everybody, but Rosie, you never really want Rosie. She's that bad. Uh, Black Viper. I mean, most of this slot feels like it's DPS characters, and she's like about the worst in slot as far as these DPS characters go. So it's kind of a waste. I mean, honestly, she's not horrible, but you only need one DPS at any one time as a general rule. If they're a strict DPS like Jarlax, Jarlax even has Gold Find. So even if he could be useful to like boost your gold find, even if you're not using him as a DPS. So he actually even has some ancillary use besides gold find, like Azaka farming and stuff. But yeah, Black Viper, she's not awful, honestly. She's still way better than Rosie. But it's just DPSs that don't also have support abilities. Like, I mean, Ashara is one of the best DPSs in the game, and even she can be used as support. Zorbu, one of the best DPSs in the game, and can be used as support. His Hunter's Pack ability uh, provides a standard amount of support boost, as far as, like EO5, EO6, whatever, for any character with a dexterity above whatever, including himself. And same thing with Shara, like her support abilities can be used to boost herself. That's that's where you end up with these really powerful DPSs is when their support and their support ability can buff themselves. So yeah, I mean, it's hard to go wrong with one of them.
Dark tower reaches to the sky. Ancient dragon circling high.
Okay, we can talk about Modron cores too. So like, here's my default formation here. I'm gonna enable that. Enable automation. Wow, I won just for that. Woohoo! I got an achievement. So what this will do is it will automatically load this formation when I start, and the specializations when I saved this, they didn't have them set, so I could just set them here, or really what I'll do is I'll just, next time I run this through, I'll save it again with the formation, the specializations I want in here. But you can use this if you want to change one from what you saved it as. So it'll automatically set their specializations. So when the familiars get to the spot where you have to pick, it'll go off of what you already set in here. That's how you automate loading that. Then you have this area goal. So once you have your familiars out here leveling up your characters, or on the field, or you're doing click damage, or whatever you're doing, you set this to whatever you want it to be, and you can type in a number if you want a different number. This is how you do like your Mad Wizard gem farming. You get them on Mad Wizard, figure out how far you can go with the familiars you have. Maybe you put one out on the field for click damage. Maybe not. But because you're gonna definitely want to use them for like leveling up your characters. So you pick which characters. Like right now, I got 6 familiars, so I can only level up 6 out of my 9 slots. That means, other than Brunor or whoever I've got in slot 1 that's just gonna come in at level 1, if I don't level them up, I could actually have them plus 6 more, but they'll just be standing there unleveled, so not particularly useful. But so I pick which 6 characters I want to level up. I put the familiars on there, and then, like I said, then you let it run. Without you, don't click on anything. You know what I mean, and level up stuff manually. Let it just run. See how far they get in that situation. I can't do this or really save or set the stuff up right now because I got Drizzt, not non-playable NPC version of Drizzt, just like we're escorting him. He's just standing in the middle. So this is not the normal formation. So saving it with an empty spot in the middle is not going to be very useful. But so you let it run, see how far you get. Then you can set your area to that and tell it to restart once you clear not where you get stopped, the last area you completed. Let me clarify that. Okay. So that it'll go as far as you can, then it'll restart, come back to the beginning, load up your formation, run back up to that area, restart, come back. It'll go in a loop. And all that time it'll be collecting you'll be getting those boss loot bags every 5 every 5 areas that the boss area is there, and those will be giving you gems, which they always give you, and sometimes you'll be getting chests. Sometimes gold, sometimes silver. There's a blessing or a perk or two that increase the chance of it being a gold chest instead of just a silver one. So that's nice when you get free gold chests. But then you can just let it run. And you can let it run. If you got enough familiars that you're not going to miss them, you can let it run in one of your other party slots. There's a background party there. Or you can just set that up and you can leave the game running like I do. Most of the time I want to do that because if you leave the game open, then it wouldn't. Well, other than Shandy, she's got a speed ability, but it used to be that your speed abilities wouldn't work in background parties. They may have made that work now. I don't know for certain. I haven't kept up with that because I don't really use background parties. I don't really care about offline progress, like what progress the game makes when the game is closed. Obviously, this is a much bigger deal if you're playing on console or mobile. But since I play on the computer, and I've got my new computer actually built today. I built it a couple days. This is my first stream on the new computer, though, so I know I've mentioned it in previous streams, but this is my first stream on the new computer, which is part of why I've been able to switch back and forth to the web browser and leave the web browser open with multiple tabs and not have to worry about the memory or the processor load or anything of that going. The CPU usage that it's showing in the Twitch streaming program, Twitch Studio, it was showing like 30% CPU usage. And that's like for the streaming program. Now it's showing like 3. The motherboard and processor I upgraded to in Cinebench, doing a raw CPU render is more than 10 times faster, close to 12 times faster than my old computer. So now I can leave those things running on this computer, but even before that, I had a gaming laptop. I would leave 2 or 3 clients, maybe like my Steam and Epic, and maybe even my CNE client. I could leave them all open on my laptop sitting on a shelf above a little shelf above my computer, which is a tower, but it's laid sideways, you know. And then a little bit above that, I've got a shelf that I put in the corner of my room here next to my monitors, where my laptop is sitting on. And I would just leave it running on that because it's fairly powerful. It has a dedicated GTX 1650 video card in it. Nothing groundbreaking or anything, but it was more powerful than my desktop actually at the time. Processor, RAM, and it's got an M.2 drive in it. That's one of the few things I still need for my new computer is an M.2 drive. I did go from 3 gigabytes per second serial ATA to 6 gigabytes per second, but I'm still using one large 4 terabyte hard drive and 3 SSDs of different sizes that I load my operating system and my games on. One drive's got my one SSD has my OS on it, and the other 2 I use for as Steam libraries, Epic Game libraries, or whatever. So I could still. SSDs are seem to load pretty quick for games, but I know from doing the disk benchmarks compared to the M.2 drive in my laptop, they are actually still much slower. So I'll probably buy one. They've got the 1 terabyte Western Digital Blacks, and Samsung 980s now are I think they're down to $50. They've prices have dropped in half for their high speed. I mean, not even the blue or green versions, but the black versions, the fast ones, at 1 terabyte for $50 or something. So I've got 2 M.2 slots in my new motherboard, so probably break down for one of those. I'm also going to upgrade my monitors and stuff to faster refresh rate HDR monitors. So because my monitors are also very old, I've had them for a long time. Got 3. Probably I don't think I'll probably buy 3 monitors at once, but I will upgrade those. So, but part of why I haven't streamed in the past few days, even though I got my new computer built, is my alternator in my car just fried out big time. I mean, the output post on my alternator that's supposed to be positive is now grounded to the chassis and is putting out negative. So I mean, I couldn't even it actually died outside, in the road right outside of work. So luckily, at least I was able to walk into work and clock in, and then be able to walk outside and keep an eye on the facility and make sure everything was okay at work. But meet up with the tow truck guy to get it towed to my house. But I'm gonna have to go out there and replace my alternator, because right now the positive post is showing negative, and I wasn't even I had one of my jump boxes in the car, and I was gonna stick it on there and just enough to drive it into the parking lot at work, and it wouldn't even it wouldn't do anything. It would barely even light up the dome lights in the car. It wouldn't light up the dash or anything, because basically my whole positive electric system was grounded out, because the alternator was ground. Negative power on the post that's supposed to be positive power, so it was grounding out my positive terminals from my car battery and from the jump box battery to the negative. So not the end of the world. I'll get a new alternator. It's a bit of a chore to get to it. It's not in the most conveniently accessible place like it would be in something like an old truck or anything, but I'll get to it. But yeah, this new computer's working great, thankfully. Like I said, I would have loved to have been already streaming this. I've been ready to split the party for a couple days now, and I could have gotten Drizzt at just about any time. I didn't, but I wanted to do those things on stream. And I've also been wanting to stream Genshin Impact. Last time I played, I got Bennett, who from well, I feel like I'm an expert at this game and I'm an expert at Star Trek Online. I'm certainly not. I'm definitely a noob at Genshin Impact, but from my watching some videos and some wikis and stuff, Bennett clearly seems to be the widely regarded as the most OP 4-star character in Genshin Impact. And so I was really hoping to get him. He's a great support character. He's fire based, so he'll work really good with Kaya, as a reverse melt team and all this good stuff. And his ability, throws down a circle on the map or on the map on the screen or whatever that boosts the damage of everybody inside that. So you use them to throw down the circle, do fire, and switch through your other characters to create reverse melt effect and get a DPS boost from his support buff. So yeah, I was really stoked, and so I got him. I leveled him up. I threw some equipment on him. Leveled up that equipment. I mean his weapon at least, not his artifacts, but because I don't want to waste stuff leveling up early artifacts. I'll wait till I get better artifacts to level them up. But yeah, so I've been really stoked to use him, and I haven't even been doing I've even missed a day or two of my dailies in Star Trek online on my new account just because of life, car breaking down, and so I've been getting parts ordered for my car to get it fixed, and then I've also been doing some repairs to my son's car just to make it more comfortable, since I'm going to be I say my son's car, it's my car that I let him use to drive for work and around or whatever. It's our third car, but my wife and I bought it, so technically it's our car. But I went ahead and the seat was stuck reclined. It's got power seats and it's an Acura, but I fixed that, and I fixed some of the door lock stuff and just some little things. Brake light was out and stuff. There was things I was like, I want to go ahead and fix these things. Like I drove it the other day home from work. The day that my car messed up, he came and picked me up on his way to work, and then he went to work, and then I drove the car home, and then got some sleep, and then came back and picked him up. And it had the lamp on saying when the brake lights was out. We fixed that. I've been fixing some of the door locks and working on some of that stuff to just make it more comfortable to drive in the meantime while I'm, for him, and also just for me while we're going to be sharing it. You know what I mean? I'm going to be driving that car more while I get mine fixed. So that's eating into my time a little bit with that I would spend streaming. And I have still you see I've made some progress in Idle Champions, but that's because the game plays itself, you know what I mean? More or less, like I could fire it up and let it run while I'm shopping parts and looking at repair manuals and schematics and whatever, potentially YouTube videos and stuff, whatever I need to work on the car, you know what I mean? Shopping around for parts, quality parts at the best prices. So that's I'm not totally finished getting all that straightened out, but should be before too long. Then we also had one of the three guys at work. I don't know if he quit or if he's just not going to be working at our facility, because he was working at 3 different facilities on different days. But he's not going to be working at our facility anymore. So we went from he only worked 1 day a week, but we didn't really need him there or want him there, because me and the other guy, it only takes one person on site, and me and the other guy would rather just split the days just between the two of us. So we've got that, which is good. But it happened, like right after it happened, then my car died. So and he was I had like 3 days on, and then he was working a day, and then I had 3 more days on. So looks like I'll be working probably 7 days in a row because it doesn't really make sense for the other guy to come in just to work that one day. But we'll see. I don't know. He hasn't told me what he wants to do about that day. I pretty much let him pick whichever days he wants, and I take the others because it doesn't matter to me. It's a night shift job, so it doesn't interfere with any of my daily appointments and stuff. But yeah, I've got that, and I've got 2 doctor's appointments this coming week. So I'm planning on still doing some streaming, but obviously fixing my car and working and getting sleep for work comes first. Because obviously I'm just sort of streaming for fun at this point. I certainly don't have the viewership or anything like that to make this a career. So I can't tell you right now exactly what my streaming schedule is going to be. I'll just stream when I stream, and I'll have VODs, and I'll upload the stuff to YouTube as well. So it will be available. So anybody that wants to watch it. In fact, watching this on YouTube may be preferable because you can turn the speed up to 1.25, 1.5, 2.0. Maybe don't want to turn it up too fast on that split the party because we were using multiple speed potions, but so it was already going kind of a breakneck speed. But I mean, like this right here, I mean, you could watch this happen at 2x, 3x, whatever, and it'd be probably more enjoyable that way. So that may be a better way to view the content if possible. Of course, I always encourage anybody if they want to watch my streams. I'm happy to have it. I'm happy to have any interaction. I will answer any questions. So there's that. But you can also feel free in the YouTube comments. Go ahead if you have a question or something. Post in the comments. I'll see it. I'll respond. But so we're gonna get Drizzt here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and even though this isn't gonna be important for Split the Party 2, because we're gonna get, who am I gonna get in this slot? Let me look at the thing. Number 8. I'll get Tatiana in this slot. That'll be my third one anyway, but I want Hew Maan regardless, because he is really like the best speed champ in my opinion. He will help us get through this content so much faster, especially once he gets item leveled up and gets geared up good. So yeah, we're definitely gonna get Hew Maan. And they even give them a nice little even upgrade tweak, which you can see in the changelog here. See, here's the Spring Gathering Season 3 preview. Every one of the 5 characters have either gotten small or major reworkings. So Hew Maan, they've done some things to improve the buffing when you're not using him as a speed champion, and they switched the specialization up. He has 3 choices now. He used to have 2 choices, but one of the choices was his speed ability. They have taken that out of the specialization, and they've done the same thing with Shandy, and maybe one of the other characters. I don't remember which one. But they decided that they don't want you to have to pick stuff for their speed ability when you're choosing their specialization, because then you're going to have to use a specialization potion or something like that. If you want to use them for a support, more of their support stuff when you're, you start get closer to your wall where their speed ability either doesn't kick in or isn't as important anymore. And what they've done in doing that is they've taken those things that were the speed abilities, like case in point for Shandy, her speed ability is now over here. Increased dash ability by 100%. They made it a feat instead of the speed ability. And then they also, that plays into the fact that we used to have 2 feat slots. We now have 4. Once you get them up to you have to get them up to whatever level to unlock those additional slots. But I mean, once you get enough favor into a campaign where you can get your characters to soft cap, where they don't have any more upgrades, then you can just switch in whichever characters you don't have the 4 slots unlocked and just level them up. You'll have the gold to do that. Won't be anything. You can just swap them in, level them up, and get all 4 slots unlocked. Right now, I've got the problem where, like, look at Brunor. I've got his 3rd slot unlocked, but I only have 2 slots because I can't afford 12,500 gems right now to spend that on a feat. I mean, I spent 10,000 for my last familiar. You know what I mean? If I had 12,500 gems right now, I would buy 25 gold chests because I don't have all purple gear on my core characters, and I really could use the blacksmith contracts and everything else. So I'm not going to be buying those, and I don't have the chest ones on because they're like 1 in 25 chance, and every character has some gold chest feats. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna really want this intelligence +1 so that he'll get to 13, so he'll qualify for Strahd by the time I get to Strahd. And I certainly don't have the 50,000 ones to get the 80% feats. You know what I mean? But I'll get there. I mean, it's not. Eventually, I'll have the gems to do that stuff. Like on my other accounts, those 12,500. If it's for an ability I use, I just buy those. Like pow pow pow. The 50,000 ones, I buy those too. The gold chest ones, I have all the gold chest feats on every character in the game, to the point where, what I do now is, I'll have some bounty contracts. I'll use some of these when the event starts, to get some more tokens. And, I've got the blessing here, which I need to get this blessing before the event starts. So I'll start with 2,500 more event tokens when the event starts. Oh, which I can't do next. But if I do one more favor run in Torm, now that I've got some more power and stuff, especially if do I have the potions to use for that? Oh yeah. I've got 5 of these huge gold fun ones. Okay, so yeah, I'll do another favor run, so that I can. That'll definitely get me enough where I can get this unlocked. So that when the new event starts, I'll start with 2,500. But I've already got all those on my other accounts. All the blessings. I have all the blessings on my other accounts from all the campaigns. So what I'll do is I'll unlock the new character before I spend my gems, my hundreds of thousands of gems, on gold chests and open them, so that I will get all those all the gold chest feats for the new character, which is there's usually 3 or 4 on the new characters. So I'll go ahead and get those right after I unlock the character, just by opening gold chests. You know what I mean? I mean, when you've got like 600 gold chests, and you open them 50 at a time. You're usually getting 2 or 3 feats each time you open them until you have them, and then obviously after that you don't get any more. But yeah, I mean, once you start gem farming, and as you get more and more speed champions to do your gem farming, and you get more and more global blessings so that you can push further into your gem farming. And the pushing further part for gem farming really only matters for things like Shandy's ability, which takes 30 seconds before it kicks in. Her speed, her speed takes 30 seconds to kick in. So part of why you want to maybe push further is just because at the beginning of the run for that first 30 seconds, which doesn't count it's when you're transitioning from one area to the next, I don't think, or whatever, it's 30 seconds of when you're actually doing stuff. That doesn't kick in. You want that kicked in, and so if you push a little further, then you're not spending as much time at the beginning where that hasn't kicked in yet, which I know seems, you're talking 30 seconds doesn't seem like a lot, but it can affect it. And the other thing about gem farming is you want to do Mad Wizard, and the reason you want to do Mad Wizard is because how fast the enemies come out on the screen determines how fast you can clear the area, because you have to kill X number of them before you move on. Well, Mad Wizard has those portals where they're basically just spewing out enemies really quick. And so they're spewing them out and they're getting killed really quick. And they spew out, so they're not walking from, off the edge of the screen or the camera or however you want to look at it. They're not walking from out there and then like coming in. They're just popping in right here where they're immediately getting hit. So it goes faster. Significantly faster when you figure in multiple loops and stuff. If you, like, say you did Cursed Farmer, the first mission, the one before Mad Wizard versus Mad Wizard, and you ran it for like a day looking in the loop, if you compare the amount of gems you get from one to the other, you'd see that, oh yeah, I get more on Mad Wizard. And that also factors into the I'll turn that back off because I don't even know where to set this yet. But I can start doing gem farming with this now. I really need more familiars and speed champions, but I can start. And not only will I be farming gems by running it in a loop, but I will also be farming experience points to level this up, to open up more space so that I can pipe out and do more of these buff boxes where I'm combining flows. Like, so I can come off here and I could even just ignore these for right now, but I could come up here and I could turn around and down and this way and come back in here and make, bam, this is like if I get 3 flows coming in, because this is a 3 flows in, 1 flow out. If I get 3 flows coming in here instead of just the 2, my output here will go up significantly, which will help make these more. So sometimes it's better not to worry about lighting up as many nodes as possible, because you see, look, if I have like, less than 2 flow going to all of them, and okay, I'm getting 20 here and I'm getting 50 here and 50 here. Well, wouldn't it be better if I just was getting 1600 at this one? Or, you know what I mean? Like, even if it's just 200 at this one and 80 at this one, it's still better than getting, 80 here and 50 here and 50 here. 50 and 50, is not as good as, 800 or 200. I mean, but as we open up more space, and then you can start to figure out how you're going to plumb things around, This one increases health of champions. There's another damage one. This one reduces health of enemies. But, yeah, I mean, and then a lot of these are like stat based, like if for anybody with a stat that's over 13 for whatever it is. There's like one for each of those. Intelligence, constitution, strength, wisdom, dex. So This one's good. Reduce the amount of gold required to level up your champions. So, and you see there are these pipes right here that boost it 100%. They only go one direction, but they're already on the map. So you come over here, then go up here, pop out, and go down here, hit some of this stuff up, and then come through here, boost it, come through here, boost it, you know. So, but yeah, you get more of these, and every time you go up a level, you get another Modron chest too. So, not only will that give us more space to pipe and more nodes open that we can decide which ones we want to connect to or not connect to, etc., we will also get more Modron chests, which will allow us to pipe better and swap out some of the ones with no bonuses or low bonuses for higher bonuses. Okay, the other part of the Modron is this. This just lets you, you can set it to use potions. Early on, this is going to be basically useless to you, because you're not going to want it to automatically use potions on restart. But on my other accounts, I have like hundreds of like huge and large potions, and I might have some thousands of like the small and the medium speed potions. So like on the event, where you go to 50 in the free play and you get a chest and then you restart. So you set this to 50, you go to 50 and then you start again, and you go through and you get either a silver or gold one each time, and you're using your event tokens. A lot of times I'll turn this on and I will put the small and the medium potion here, and I'll set the area to use as 1. Use them at area 1, the speed potions, and I'll turn that on so that as soon as it restarts, it'll use the small and the medium speed potion, so that it'll go so much fast. And I've got the speed core, and I've got my speed champs out here, so it'll be like speeding through here and going round and round and round and round and round. And just in a few hours, it can do 50 runs through, you know what I mean? In just a few hours. So that'll become useful later on. Early on, automatically setting these is kind of pointless. It's just these first two you're going to be looking at. Obviously, this one to restart when you to do your gem farming, to loop around, or you set it for 50 when you're farming those chests on the events. That might be useful to you somewhat in the short term. That's also going to be a bit more of a long-term goal. But this one, even when you don't have enough familiars to really automate stuff, this is nice just so you don't have to keep picking the same specializations. When you're using the same exact formation with the same exact formations for like going through all the different free plays of Tomb of Annihilation or whatever, the non-variants, the ones that don't have special restrictions. Obviously, for anything with special restrictions, especially if you're missing slots, like right now where we have Drizzt in the middle, like tying up a slot, it's not gonna be very useful. In fact, when you have slots missing and it goes to load one in, a lot of times it doesn't even load in the way you would think, because it kind of loads from like left to right or something. And so, like, if it goes to load in, like, say your character here, like, say I had Jarlaxle in the middle, right? Or say I had Zorbu in the middle. That's even easier to understand. Say I had Zorbu in the middle, right? And it can't put him in. Well, it's going to load this way. So it's going to load these other characters in. And for them, it would probably put them fine because their slot's available. But Zorbu would just be empty. But say it was somebody different, like say it was Hitch, okay, and somebody like an escort was in Hitch's slot, well, when it got to Hitch, there would still be open slots, so it would just stick him in an open slot over here, and then the whole order would get kind of messed up, and you'd have to click on the load button again to have him put him in the right spot. So yeah, that's only really good for the non-variants, the regular missions. but it will pick the specializations for me. So once I save this formation with the specializations, or I could go in here and set them all manually. In fact, why don't I just go ahead and do that, and then it will pick them for me, and then when I save it, it will save them too. So I can go ahead and pick these. These are the ones that I've been picking each time. You know. Okay, they're already in there. So instead of popping up the window and asking me, when I go to play and that's turned on, when I click on it, it'll just go right through the specialization. It'll upgrade it just like it would an upgrade that doesn't have a choice. So, it's just a time saver. It's one less thing you have to click on and think about. But yeah, I'll put together a gem farm, and then I'll save it as gem farm. You know what I mean? Like on most of my accounts, the gem farming one is it's got all my speed champions in it basically. You know what I mean? The setup for gem farming. It's got familiars on every character. 6 on the field, all that good stuff. But with these seasons, all right, you got these season characters. You'll have these quests. Okay, a lot of them, you'll have these ones that go over the whole thing. Then there'll be new ones that come out each week, and then as you complete them, they make way, and the ones from the later weeks come in, and then you have 3 daily quests. A lot of those will have to do with these characters, like complete X number of areas with Barrowin in the formation, or have humans, use his ability X number of times, or his ultimate X number of times, or any sort of stuff like that. And so I have ones that I've saved that are like season 1, season 2, season 3, that have all the characters in the speed champs, but then also all the characters in the season, so that it's completing those season goals during my gem farming. And then you'll have you'll usually be using like Mad Wizard for your gem farming formation. You'll be using that for patrons, for doing your weekly patron stuff that are like get to do a free play to area 200 3 times, or get to area 400 once in a free play, or whatever. And some of them will be specific, like have so and so be setting your highest DPS or something. And eventually, like, you get to the point where you're like, I don't even care about the specific ones. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just going to do the more generic ones. There's ones like kill X number of humans, kill X number of beasts, kill X number of fiends, whatever. Basically, all those things that they ask you to kill are in Mad Wizard, except for undead. So for undead, you have to go somewhere else. Like Tomb of Annihilation is good. Almost every place in Tomb of Annihilation has undead in it. But eventually, you just don't care that much about the experience. And so you could go do that, or you can just say, screw it. Like, I just won't get every weekly reward this week. I'll just get, whatever. So you have basically gem farming setups, but under the patron restrictions. So they'll only have, the speed champions that match that patron that you can use with that patron, So you have one for each patron. You'll have a Mert one, a Vajra one, a Strahd one, a Zerial one, you have one for each one of these guys. So, and I'm going to be getting Mert for this. Probably what's going to happen is, so I spent my time gate pieces opening the Hew Maan Time Gate, which I'm going to do after I finish Drizzt here. I'm going to get Hew Maan. Then I'm gonna on the 15th, probably just doing some of the event stuff. So probably on the 15th or the 16th, unless I'm really tired or something, I will probably stream again that day to cover the stuff from the new. Stream Idle Champions. I may stream other things in between or whatever, but I will stream probably Idle Champions. And I'll probably get this. This is already unlocked. I just need to get enough currency, and I'll probably get that fairly 1,000. This will be the first thing I buy. I'll take 3 of those, and I'll get Birdsong because I need somebody else in slot 9. Why did not mark slot 9 as one that I? Okay, so I can get slot 9 from Birdsong. So now I only need slot 3. Okay, and then I'll take the other 3. And I'll get I'll unlock Mert. I have 20 champions, so I meet that. I just need 2,000 item levels. I'm at 1,700. I imagine I'll have okay, I just got 500 gems. I'm gonna buy another gold chest. So between that and then also Monday there'll be a bunch more streams on, you know what I mean? There's not as many, there's like maybe one stream on Saturday, one stream on Sunday. They give Electrum chests, but Monday there'll be multiple streams again that are going to give out Electrum chests. So I'll be getting the Electrum chest gear and stuff. So between all those things, and see, like, I got a blacksmithing contract. I'm gonna put it on Zorbu. So there was, 2, 4, 6 more item levels. I mean, I'll be at 2,000 probably by the time I get those time gate pieces. I'll go ahead and get Mert unlocked, and then I can start doing getting Mert currency and all that stuff, because those and then I'll show you how that works on this account. I could show you on my main account, but we'll show you from a new player's perspective. But yeah, getting the patrons unlocked is good because it gives you each week you can get a once you get the influence, you can every week you can buy from each patron. You can buy a time gate piece. That's the first thing that you'll unlock, and then below that you have potions. Like I said, generally you don't want to buy those. Then the next thing down there, before you get to the special stuff like skins and golden epics and familiars and things, though I do want to get the familiars. I need more familiars now that I got Modron automation. But is the Modron chest. You can get a Modron chest from each one of these guys and girls every week. That's your main spot where you're going to be getting your Modron chests. I mean, initially we'll get them for leveling up our Modron cores, but that's not going to last forever. You know what I mean? Once you get to level 15, so you get 15 chests from each one. That's not going to be enough to pipe them out, all of them in a good way. You know what I'm saying? So I should have actually finished and got Drizzt before I opened that gold chest, so I would have got gear for him. But it doesn't really matter because I'm going to be opening so many, silver and gold chests. The silver ones I just get, from playing the game, and then the gold ones I get from buying them with gems. Well, I guess I could get some from playing the game, but it's not going to be probably significant. Let's just speed this up.
Hush, little children, and lay down your head while we tell you a story of unending dread about a creature of fire, a creature at war.
So if I look at my account over here, right, you can see there's Drizzt, right? See, he's grayed out. I'm gonna hit this little refresh thing. It'll download my new data from the server. There's Drizzt. So now I have him. He's got no gear. His average item level is 0. But he's my third in slot 9. Yeah. So I don't even need Birdsong in slot 9 for Split the Party 3. So I may not grab Birdsong right away. I'll get her sometime. I'll get Birdsong sometime during the season, while they're still at 3 Time Gate pieces. But I'm not going to worry about them right now, so I don't even have to worry about spending 3 pieces on Birdsong. You know what I may do is I said you're going to want to spend your Time Gate pieces. Not going to want to spend them on upgrading characters. I mean, upgrading the gear for your event champions. You're going to want to spend them on unlocking new characters. It's certainly true, but there can be some rare exceptions, and one of those, maybe Hew Maan. We'll see what gear I get here, but I'm gonna want to get the dragon eggs. That's the epic version of his speed item, the one that's in his speed slot. It's like a pile of stones and this and different things, and the epic. If you'll see as you level these things up, the items actually change. Here, I can show you. Let me switch back. If we go into the collection screen. Okay, so here's look at Brunner, a chipped axe, a sharpened axe, a well-used axe. You know what I mean? You see they get better with quality. The item names actually change. Simple spurs, dull steel spurs, shiny mithril spurs. So I may do some extra runs on Hew Maan to try to to get try to get his dragon eggs. You know what I mean? Because as you go up the item, and I'm gonna dump. I don't really have enough familiars yet, but even still, I'm gonna dump every blacksmith contract instead of putting it on characters, basically to get power. Pushing power to get to higher areas. I'm gonna focus on the gem farming, because it's just while you may take a hit early on, while not putting that power on, say like your Zorbus and your Novas and your Freelies and whatnot, to make them more powerful. That to increase your buffers and your debuffers and your DPS. Putting the gems on your speed champ on Hew Maan. Once you're gem farming and you've got him doing his speed thing, you get great return on investment. You know what I mean? All the blacksmith contracts you put into him make your gem farming go faster. So it's like, okay, I spend the gems on the gold chests, I get some blacksmithing contracts, I can spend it on the character I want to upgrade for my pushing power, or I can spend it on Hew Maan, which will earn me more gems, and more gems, and more gems, and more gems. And so each day or week, I will get more gems that week or that day from Hew Maan if his item level is higher than I would if I spent those on the other characters. And so while you don't see the return immediately, well, he might kind of in an odd way, because Hew Maan might become like one of your best buffers. He might become one of your best supports in the game, even besides his speed. You know, like in the front columns, he does speed, and if you move him into the middle, he helps against bosses, and if you move him into the back, he just boosts your damage. He may end up outpowering like support buffs that are more powerful early on because you put so many item levels into him. But you'll earn more gems, and so it's like if I can get my Hew Maan, maybe not to max item level on his speed item, but if I can get it, really high, to where every time I kill one enemy, I'm getting credit for like 6 or 7. That means I can kill 3 enemies to get from through an area instead of 30. You know what I mean? That saves you so much time and gets you so much return on investment that then I will return for that, I will be earning so many gems and silver chests and even some gold chests that I will then have that many more blacksmith contracts. Like if say I spend 2 weeks doing that, right, putting all my contracts on the Hew Maan instead of anybody else. Well, that means in the next week after that, if I want to put them on my other characters, I'll have like 3 times as many or 4 times as many blacksmith contracts and item levels to put on the characters I do want to on a buff. So let's say I want to, split those up. I can get 3 characters buffed up instead of 1. You know what I mean? Or 1, I can buff 1 really far. I mean, whichever. It depends on the scale and whatnot. How many contracts I'm getting at that point, which depends once again on how many familiars I have to some extent, and what others, how many other speed champions I got. So right now I actually have 3. I've got, and see, she's already got the epic. Sentry has the epic on her red shift ability. That's the one that decreases the number of areas. See, I'm just not using her a lot right now because I'm using Jarlaxle as my DPS, but that's about to like go away. I mean, the gold find is nice, but it's not going to help me with gem farming because I'm not going to be pushing deep. So I'm never going to get enough gold. If you're not pushing to your wall and beyond of where you've gotten in previous runs, because of the way the gold scales as you get further and further, you're not going to be getting more gold. So I mean, case in point. So like, my Torms is still a little low, but I've just come back to it and started doing favor runs. I got as far as I could at my current power level, and then I switched to Tomb of Annihilation, where the blessings for Tomb of Annihilation, the local blessings, are better. And I got the global ones, the most important being the one that gives you 2 time gate pieces every week. It's not a week; it's every 5 or 6 days. But whatever, it's close to a week. So, but I got the one that gives you 2 time pieces when that happens instead of just 1. That's super important to get that right away, and I did. But you can see, so like I've got E23 favor in Tomb of Annihilation. That's the Celeborn's favor, right? So I got to get like past area 500 for the the E whatever, to get anywhere, to like E23 and beyond. You know what I mean? So if I'm doing the gem farming runs and I'm only going to you know, like 200 or 300, that's never going to affect, like, even doing that for like weeks is never going to make enough gold to affect, because, you know, say I'm getting you know, E12 favor instead of E23. Well, that's not half as much. That's like 0.00001% as much. You know what I mean? Like, I literally have to do like millions of runs, you know what I mean, at that level to even have it show up, you know, in the number of where I'm at. So I'm not going to be worried about gold, you know what I mean? I'm going to put in an Ashara because she's got multi-hit, or Zorbu for multi-hit, because I'll have enough favor that I can get Zorbu out on the field quickly. He's way over here, so that's a factor too, and that's another reason why early on I'm using more Jarlaxle. Is not just for his gold find, but also because he's like the first DPS, so I can get my DPS out on the field quickly when I don't have the favor. I mean, because look, I mean, this is a perfect example. We're in a time gate, right? Do I have Zorbu open? Can I even click on him yet? No, he doesn't even show up yet. You know what I mean? Because it's going to cost so much gold just to bring him out, because he's in slot 12. But, you know, when I open up Tomb of Annihilation at E23, it's going to be like all the way over here, like on area 1. Like, as soon as I kill the first monster, it's going to go like, brrr. May not go to 12, but it's going to go fairly close. You know what I mean? And probably by the time I get to area 10, slot 12 will be open. You know what I mean? So once you get to the favor threshold that you can pull out whoever you want whenever you want to, and like on my other accounts, where my favors are like in the E40s, E50s. Like, as soon as I kill like the very first monster on area 1, all the slots open up, and then I can you know, pick whoever I want. You know, I don't have to wait for this to slowly fill across. So you know, then I'll get, like I said, I'll have Sentry out here. When her ability triggers, she's got the purple thing, so that's good. Her item levels are still low. It's only 13. I'd like these people to be at least around like 50 average, you know what I mean? But and her item caps. Her item actually has capped for a long time, because hers is a percentage. It has a X% chance to reduce the area count. You know, the number up here of out of how many enemies you need to defeat. And once it would cap once it got to 100, because there wouldn't, going past 100 wouldn't do anything. So hers was actually the first speed item that capped. You know, humans, they just added more recently, like 6 months ago or something. But I'll have her and Shandy and Hew Maan out here, so I've got 3 of the best speed champions. Then I need to get Whittle in slot 3. Oh, in fact, is Whittle in slot 3? Oh no, Whittle's in slot 2. I've stacked in slot 2. I mean, I just don't need slot 2 right now. I was wishing... Nahara's in slot 3. So maybe I'll focus on Nahara for my gem farming. She'll probably be my slot 3 that I get. I mean, if I was looking for support, I would go Omen or Grama. Probably Grama. Because she bonds with Ashara. Under Potpourri. So that's probably what I would have done, but I'm gonna go with Nahara. Her ability is like sentries. It reduces the number of how many you have to do up here. Then I'll have I'll have all of them, and then Deacon has a make the enemies spawn faster ability, but so does Whittle, and Whittle makes your characters adjacent to her attack faster. As fast. She takes all the characters around her, and whoever has the fastest attack speed, she makes everybody around her attack at that speed. And then, the more people she has around her, the match her stuff, or would you get to pick what stuff she's looking for, what stats she's looking for, makes people spawn faster. And so you don't really need Deacon and Whittle. If your Whittle is a good level, maybe before that you might want them both. So then I'll get Whittle in slot 2, and then other speed champion wise, Vi. She has a make the enemy spawn faster ability. It works in a different way, but it's useful. And then other than that, there are some other ones, but they're more situational. Like Melf has he's in slot 12, like Vi, so you can only use one or the other. He's got a speed item ability that increases, but it's random. His speed item is random. It can do different things, but it's random and it changes every so many areas. Tatiana's has a speed ability. It's not particularly great. I've already mentioned before that Minsk has one, but his sucks. I mean, it's useless. It's not even worth mentioning. It's so minor and rare. Virgil, he's a new character. His ability is similar to Hew Maan's, where you get you have a chance to get extra credit. You know what I mean? Your kills or whatever count for more. What slot is Virgil in? He's in slot 10. Okay. I don't think I need another slot 10 character. I think I'm stacked in slot 10 right now, but... And once again, familiars for gem farming and automation. Really need familiars. So once I get Mert unlocked, first goals when getting Mert unlocked. Number 1, get Time Gate piece unlocked. The monthly time or the weekly Time Gate piece. Next, get the weekly Modron chest unlocked. After that, another good goal is on a free-to-play account, we are going to want to get Mert's familiar unlocked. We need as many familiars as we can get. No doubt about that. So we definitely want to get Mert's familiar unlocked. And then each one of them, each one of the patrons has a skin. Patron shop. Okay, so yeah, patron shop. Each one has a skin in the patron shop. And if you get the skin in the patron shop and you don't have that character, you can get that character. The 4 of them are Regis, Krond, Warden, and Jaheira. I've already got Jaheira, so I'm not worried about that one. Regis, he's useful. He's good. He's a good support. Krond, he's in slot 6 with Ashara. He's like an end game DPS, so he's kind of useless early on. Warden he's a DPS support, but he's all right. I wouldn't make any of those priorities early on as far as what to get from the patron shop. Time Gate piece, chest, Modron chest, and then familiars are going to be the goal. The familiars, though, they tend to be expensive. Oh, another thing to think about too with patrons is the way they work is so Mert. I might be wrong with these numbers, but I think they're right. Okay, so you can only use patrons when you're doing variants. Okay, you can't use them on free plays or anything like that. So the way they work is, if like say I pick Mert and I pick a variant, I have the Mert restriction, only good and evil champions, so no neutral champions, plus whatever the restrictions are for that variant. Okay. On top of that, the area that you have to get to is the original area plus 50. And for Vajra, it's plus 100. Strahd, it's plus 150. Zariel, it's plus 200. Okay? But the higher the number area that the total ends up being, the more both patron influence, which you spend on their perks, and which affects how far down the store the stuff unlocks, as well as how much currency you get, which is what you spend in the store to buy the items that you want, you get, right? That makes sense? Okay. So what that means is when you do missions that have higher area counts and then you add theirs on top, doing harder missions with higher area counts gets you much, much larger patron rewards, much more influence to get buy a lot more perks as well as a lot more currency. So ideally, you really want to wait till you can do Avernus content, because you will have patron versions in Avernus that are like complete area 650 and all these sorts of things with these high area counts. It probably applies to Icewind Dale too, but I've always done the stuff in Avernus because Icewind Dale didn't complete their main storyline until fairly recently, and they're still adding a lot of the variants in. Baldur's Gate Avernus has more of the variants in it right now. It's closer to completion, but there are a lot of, they're literally like, you could do every variant probably in Tomb of Annihilation and get as much influence as you would get from doing like one in Avernus. So keep that in mind, when you're thinking about gaining patron influence and stuff. Don't necessarily kill yourself doing the easier ones, because the rewards are so small that it's just kind of meh, whereas say there's literally in Avernus you can do like, I don't know what the exact number is, but let's say it's like 5 or 6, maybe 7 variants in Avernus with a patron, and you can get every one of their perks, which are like blessings. You'll have enough influence to get almost everything unlocked in the store, and not purchased, but everything unlocked down to the tier where you can purchase whatever you want with the currency, because you have to have enough influence for that. And then the perks, which are like blessings, you know, they have local ones, which apply when you're doing that patron's variants, and then they have the global ones, which apply to everything all the time, whether you're doing patron stuff or not. You'll have enough to get everything on like a Mert or somebody, you know what I mean? Like you'll have enough to get every single perk that they have just from doing a handful of variants, because you'll be getting thousands and thousands of influence to complete one variant. I mean, it's kind of crazy. I mean, in terms of like blessings, right? So if we look at like blessings, right? All right. Here's the blessings for like Avernus. All right. Let's say, and perks work the same way. The screen looks a little bit different, but it's the same thing. On the left, you have ones for that patron, and on the right, you have global ones that they just happen all the time. Okay. And there's a lot of good stuff in there, like ones that give you all. I mean, there's damage boosting ones. There's ones that give you like better chance of getting gold. There's one that's like, you know how you get the silver chest when you do a time gate? Like right now, every time you do 100 areas for the first time, 100, 200, 300, etc., you get a silver chest for that character, right? Which I'm about to get one for Hew Maan, a silver chest. As soon as I kill this boss. Let's see it up here. I'll get a silver one. Okay. Yep, see, I just got it. It was in that bag. So, like, see how I got a silver Hew Maan chest? Okay. One of the global perks is there's a chance, and it becomes a quite significant chance that you'll get gold chests when those bosses will drop gold chests at the 100 level or area things instead of silver ones. You know what I mean? There's a lot of good stuff in there, so it's just something to think about. And keep in mind, they also they add more tiers of perks, and there should be there's a. I mean, they've talked a little bit about it. There's definitely more patrons coming. There's going to be a 5th patron coming. When they're going to drop it, who knows? But I'd say it's going to be this year. Okay, and then same sort of thing with blessings. Okay, right? So we have up to tier 5 blessings now. When I started playing, I'm pretty sure it was it 4? Maybe it was already to 4, but not in every one. So like, look, we got tier 5. This goes up to tier 5, tier 5. Oh, the other ones don't show up yet because I haven't completed enough missions. But okay, so here's Icewind Dale. You can see Icewind Dale has tier 5, but Witchlight, Wild Beyond the Witchlight, it doesn't have tier 5 blessings yet. I think it goes up to 3. Light of Xerxes, the Spelljammer campaign, it only has like tier 1 blessings. They haven't added the later blessings yet. You know what I mean? So, you know, they add more as they go, and they could definitely decide, you know, who's to say it's going to stop at tier 5? We could have tier 6 blessings. Certainly in Sword Coast, that would make sense, because in Sword Coast, the content definitely gets harder. I mean, let me get this back up. Okay, you can't, you know, I'm right here, okay? After we complete some more mission, I still gotta do the Silken Swamp. Okay, that's why it's not showing up. but I don't think that was showing up earlier. Maybe it's because I've done more content. So I'm going to do that. Then it's going to go up here, and then there's going to be one that says something about Ravenloft. Okay. Then we're going to open up. It's going to open up the map that goes over to the Ravenloft campaign. You know where Strahd is, Bavaria. That's the name of it. You know, the Dracula. You know, vampire. It's not Dracula, it's Strahd, but you know what I mean. The vampire, mist in the woods, you know, the Dracula style setting from Dungeons and Dragons. That will open the Sword Coast, and then after we finish all of that, which we have to do just to unlock Strahd. See, one of the things is must complete a Towering Expectations. That's the last mission in the Bavaria map. So you basically have to which makes sense. I mean, if you want Strahd, to be a patron, you should have to beat, you know, the Ravenloft map, you know, section. And same thing with the Vajra. I mean, I've got 30 champions. So 2,500 gems. Okay, that's not that much. 15 silver chests. That's not that much. I mean, technically, that could also just be considered gems. I mean, they're only like 50 gems a piece, or you could just save up the chests that are being dropped. But I must have completed 15 adventures in Dragon Heist. So she doesn't have a specific one, but I have to do 15 in 15 adventures in Waterdeep to unlock her. And then I just have to pay those costs. And then Zariel is Elturel's Last Stand with no patron. That's the last mission in Avernus. Not variants, but the last regular mission. And also completing Elturel's Last Stand will open up down here below Time Gates. Will open up Trials of Mount Tiamat, which is where you work with up to 5 other players, and you do the daily missions. You'll start out with a restriction that will say all your characters you're going to use must have it'll pick a stat: Constitution, Charisma, Dex, whatever. And depending on which stat it is, affects what the number will be. But it'll say you have to have at least a Dex of 12 or higher or something. Okay. So you go and do that. And the area you have to get to depends on what difficulty you pick. You got to complete the lower ones. You got to start at 1. Once you finish 1, then you can do the next time. You can do 1 again, or you can do 1 or 2. You beat 2, you have the option to do 3, and then 4, and then 5, and 6, all the way up to 10. But the area goals at 10 are you have to get to area 1000 or whatever on day 1. And each day it goes up by 25. But so really, once you can unlock it, you can do level 1. You used to be able to do it real easy by yourself. I don't know if that's still the case, because it also used to be that if everybody completed day 1 of the trial, you would do enough damage over the 7 days to finish it. That certainly is not the case anymore. They have definitely changed that. With my 2 other accounts in the group that I've been doing it with, we've been playing on tier 9, which I think starts out at, you have to get to level 850 or 900 on day 1. It goes up 25 each time or something. But yeah, we all have to probably do the 3 days worth or something, and then we probably are doing enough damage to Tiamat that we could sit back and it would happen within the 7 days. You can see how much you're doing and how much health damage she's taken and all of that sort of stuff. So it's not like it's a mystery. It doesn't tell you like, oh, you've done enough. You can just sit back and wait. But you have so many 7 days to do it or whatever. 7 days, whatever it is. You don't have to do every day, but you get a certain amount of DPS damage towards Tiamat for completing the area goal, and then it also adds in whatever your basically whatever your number of damage that you're doing. The most that you do while you're trying to complete it. Adds those together, and then there's scrolls that you can use that act like potions, but they apply to everybody in your group doing Tiamat, and they apply every single day, so they last the whole time. And one of them increases the assault party damage that's being done to Tiamat each day by a percentage. And then there's also when you do trials, you pick which character your character going on, that's going to be going on the thing, and that character is taken out of rotation, so you can't use that character for Tiamat or any other mission while Tiamat's going on. And they all have different bonuses. So here, let me show you. So here's like Tiamat. Oh yeah, so here's the goal, like what goal you need to get to, which area you need to get to, depending on the difficulty you pick. And then it tells you how many scales you get. There's bonuses you can get based off of perks, and also what champions you send. But like if you complete it without any other bonuses on tier 1, you'll get 1,333 scales, and you'll get one Bahamut chest, which has Tiamat blood vials in it that you'll need to do the harder difficulties. See, it tells you how many each player needs to do it. So obviously to do the first one, you don't need any blood vials, because otherwise how would you get them? So the next two, each player needs to contribute one, and then it just goes up from there. And the number of chests you get also increases. If it says 4 to 5 or 3 to 4, that it just means it's going to be random. Every player that plays in that match will get the same number, but it's random. It's not based off of your performance. The only way it's based off your performance is if you don't kill her. Like, say you were going to get 2 chests and you don't kill her, and you were going to get 2,300 scales. If you got 3/4 of the way, you would get, I don't know, half or 3/4 of the scales, and you'd probably get 1 chest instead of 2. But here, if you see all the champion effects here, it shows you when you pick your champion, what the effect is. So like here, you can see Jarlaxle increases assault party damage. At event, it doesn't matter. You're not going to send Zorbu or Catti-brie, because eventually you're going to cap these out. There's a limit. See, max is 200 at item level 9,750, which sounds like an unattainable amount. Like, how would I ever get that many item levels? But your evergreen characters, your core and evergreen characters, they will get to item levels like this, because you're going to open so many dang silver and gold chests that you're going to get there. They get item levels just out of silver and gold chests. You don't. That's why I said don't. And everybody else will tell you, don't use blacksmith contracts on your evergreen characters, because they are going to get so many item levels. And basically, in just about every one of these categories, there's an evergreen character. So like to increase assault party damage, somebody's going to have a high level Jarlaxle, so you're going to put in, and then there to get the one that boosts the scales, you can boost it up to 100%, which means you'd get twice as many scales. That's going to be Makos. Don't worry about Kroll and Paulton, because by the time you could get one of these two guys where their item level is high enough that it would make a difference, right? Somebody in your group's going to have 100% Makos, assuming you guys are like anywhere close to like the same item levels or character levels or, you know, point in the game, basically. By the time you get these guys up to where they're contributing more than a small pittance, and Paulton's not that good, and Kroll, you're not going to want to be without Kroll for a week, you know what I mean? Or 3 days or 4 days, however long it takes you to complete Tiamat. Once you complete it, you get him back. You don't have to wait the full 7 days once it's complete. But Makos you can do without. I mean, he's good. He's not bad. I use him frequently right now in my current playing. But eventually, you're not going to need him. And he's better off doing this for a couple of days. But yeah, you'll end up getting him to the max, which is 100. And same thing with Jarlaxle. You're not going to want to be without Zorbu or Catti. I mean, once again, Zorbu, one of the best DPSs in the game. Catti, she's a DPS support. She is kick-ass too. So I don't know. I don't ever really use her as a DPS. I mean, I guess I could, and I think she would be fine at that role. Not as good as Zorbu, but she works great as a support. So you're going to use her in a lot of variants, even if she's not your first pick. You know what I mean? Like, she's not my first pick. She's not like in my, I use her every time. Like, she's not one of my every time characters, like, or Kira, or Whittle, or Baloth. You know what I mean? Or Kroll, or Zorbu, or, you know, Hew Maan starting out. You know what I mean? And then, you know, swap out Hew Maan when you know, if you hit a wall, you know, if you don't finish what you're trying to do, you know, and you need to bring in some more power. But yeah, I mean, you see reduce all damage, reduce base cooldown, attack cooldown, ultimate cooldown. Every character has their own little things, so. But yeah, I mean, it's not that big a deal. But yeah, I mean, there shouldn't be any reason by the time you get to Trials of Mount Tiamat that you can't do the normal difficulty. In fact, you could probably do the normal difficulty by yourself. I would say don't try that the first time, because I can almost guarantee you're not going to have to go into the Discord or sit there and like spend a long time like refreshing the lobby and waiting to get into a normal game. You know what I mean? Or even like, you know, Heroic, which is tier 2, or Master tier 3. There's going to be people just creating open games for that. There's going to be people. What happened? Oh, I'm not in Sword Coast, right? Yeah, there's going to be people that are going to be. Still missed. Yeah, put my other tank out there. If you go into the Trials of Mount Tiamat lobby and look for a game, you're going to be able to get into a normal game with other players. And normal is easy. I mean, you only have to get to area goal 100, and then the next day 125, and the day after that 150. And I would imagine you probably don't even have to complete all the days. I mean, you won't have to complete all of them, but I just mean anybody. Like, I bet used to be like that was the only way to there's one of the achievements, and it's like I think it's a 5% achievement, 5% damage boost achievement. One of the achievements is to do all 7 days of a trial. It's like, how you ever do that? Because you finish them early. You can, if everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing. And so I actually had to like make a spreadsheet, right, and put in Tiamat's health and like the boosts, the DPS ads that you get for each day, and basically work it out with a spreadsheet, with some automatic math in it or whatever, to figure out like what DPS, what butt I needed to set and do it single player. I had to do it like by myself, you know what I mean? To be able to do like all 7 days and actually get to the 7th day and not finish Tiamat early. Now they did rebalance it. Like I said, it used to be on any difficulty. If everybody did day one, set a decent butt on day one and got the day one bonus, you could just say, okay, we all did day one. We don't have to do any more. We'll finish it within the next few days or 7 days or 6 days or whatever, And they realized like, well, that's not a very fun way to play because you never have to deal with any of the additional restrictions. I guess I didn't mention that. One of the things that happens is uh, like I said, you start out initially with a stat restriction. Then day 2, you get another restriction. It may be enemies do 200% damage, or you can you can't hurt minions in boss areas. You can't kill the minions until you kill the boss first, or enemies move 200% faster or something. The second day's one is pretty minor. Then the third day you'll get another restriction, and it might be something like you can only have 6 good characters on your team, or you can't have more than like 3 evil characters on your team. The numbers aren't the same between like good and evil, and the numbers aren't the same for stats because they've gone through and adjusted those based off of how many characters fit those criteria in the game, because they used to be the same, and they were like, well, that doesn't make sense because like if you get the one like say you get the one that has like a strength restriction, that limits how many characters you have to choose from a lot more at the number it was at than that same number does on Constitution, where it only like takes 1 or 2 characters out of the mix. So they've gone through and reconfigured the numbers to make it more difficult, and they've made it to where you have to do more days now. But yeah, each day gets harder. And another thing they added too is, say you get a restriction on one day that you can't beat, like you try it and you're like, oh, I can't beat it. If you try it like and you can't beat it and you don't complete the restriction with whatever the most recently added one is, the next day, well, if it just added another restriction on top of that, you'd be screwed for the rest of the week. Like, you wouldn't be able to contribute anymore. So they changed that so that if you don't finish a day, the next day it changes the last restriction to something else to give you another chance. They're like, oh, well, instead of that restriction, we'll give you this different one, and maybe you'll be okay with this different restriction. You know what I mean?
shadow creeps at the edge of sight. Pockets picked, be it noble or not.
Hey everybody.
All gold shines the same under lamplight. A lady of charm, a lady of skill, picking her pockets, going in for the kill. A lady of style, a lady of class, stands in a fall, kicking her ass. Feel the bitter bite of the viper's fangs tonight. Did you hear about that theft so brash? So bold and brazen, done with such panache. I heard it was Black Viper on a crime spree. But I'm a little parched, please pass the tea. A lady of charm, a lady of skill, picking your pockets, going in for the kill. A lady of style, a lady of class, dancing a ball, kicking your ass. Feel the bitter bite of the viper's fangs tonight. My first step was from a legend, a dark devious day. I took the mask, but built up
Might be about at the wall on this first pass through without any favor.
I steal from those I blame, who tore down my family's name. Now all of Waterdeep.
I don't think I'm gonna. I'd like to get to 200, but I don't think I'm gonna get there.
A lady of charm, a lady of skill, picking your pockets, going in for the kill. A lady of style.
Okay, those are the two all champions damage items.
Kicking your ass. A lady of charm, a lady of skill, picking your pockets, going in for the kill. A lady of style, a lady of class, dancing a ball, kicking your ass. Feel the bitter bite of the viper's fangs tonight. Tonight.
I'm gonna save this.
Viper's fangs tonight.
Now I'm gonna select my save. Get all the specs, but get to Nova's yet because I haven't got her to 100. So now I won't have to pick them when I do this next time.
Once upon a time there was a man who wore a smirk. He stormed the north, he sallied forth, then acted like a jerk. Tired of the battles and his work a sword for hire, he left for Waterdeep and then decided to retire. He's the money lender Mert. He turned his chase for power to the kind you wield in town, and now his name is known and feared by everyone around. He went and joined the Hoppers and he opened up a bank, lending treasure near and far to those whose fortune sank. He's the money lender Mert. Hitch a wagon, raise a flag, and tell a bawdy tale. But a man so merciless that he would drink up all your ale. But then one day he changed his ways and opened up his purse. I can think of many ways that could be worse. He's the money lender Mert. Lord Walrus and the Wanderer were tired of growing old. They went to Under Mountain and came out with lots of gold. When they both emerged, they had a lot of work to do. They built the yawning portal and another mansion too. He's the money lender Mert. He traveled with the Black Staff and the Sage of Shadowdale. Got trapped within a magic axe and fled into Suzail. He's traded words with archwizards and thwarted many schemes. With everything he's done, my friend, he's much more than he seems. He's the money lender Mert. Hitch your wagon, raise a flag, and tell a body tale.
He got the EO5.
That he would drink up all your ale. But then one day he changed his ways and opened up his purse. I can think of many ways that could be worse. Hitch your wagon, raise a flag, and tell a body tale. But a man so merciless that he would drink up all your ale. But then one day he changed his ways and opened up his purse. I can think of many ways that could be worse. He's the money lender Mert. He's the money lender Mert. He's the money lender Mert.
I didn't look at which variant got 125.
When I look into your 10 bright eyes, I feel a change inside I can't explain.
Okay, so I got Hew Maan, but he's stuck in the middle position.
As I feel power flowing through my veins. Love is hell, but here's the thing. You could be my dragon.
Kill that butthead. Yeah. Nice. Silver chest. Drizzt equipment. So I'll get Drizzt in some common gear. Hey, anything's better than nothing, I guess.
Close in your claws, no regrets, and
oh, nice.
Walls are chromatic. Love will soar. Love in hell makes my heart sing. You could be
my dragon queen. I could be your paladin. Viconia's ultimate is dope. She does a lot of damage, and it's her ultimate items are only green. All right, I'm gonna call it. Hew Maan. The Starlaxle popped out with the familiar. That's because of that Modron automation. It automatically loaded my formation. Jarlaxle's already out there. It's not going to ask me for any specialization choices because they're already chosen. Whoop.
In the sky, guiding light to those who cry for justice. On platinum wings they fly. Their stairs will form a shield. A blade of mercy pain will yield unwavering till evildoers yield. Facing tyranny and greed, standing for the weak and free. From before the world was new, the platinum dragon flew. He is the Lord of the North Wind, angel of the seven heavens, king of the dragons. Bahamut will fight injustice. Let's show him that he can trust us. Values knowledge over gold, takes joy in stories told, grants his wisdom and blessings to the bold. Takes no pleasure in the fight, uses words to make things right. Through the darkness they carry brilliant light. Raise your hands up to the sky. Seven songbirds with him fly. Platinum wings we shelter all. If you just answer the call. He is the Lord of the North Wind, angel of the seven heavens, king of the dragons. Bahamut will fight injustice. Let's show him that he can trust us. He is the Lord of the North Wind, angel of the seven heavens, king of the dragons. Bahamut will fight
I think we might about call this stream. I mean, we got Hew Maan unlocked. We did the major thing, split the party. We got Drizzt. I mean, I'm gonna be doing 2 more passes on this time gate, this one and the variant. Get the other 2 gold chests for Hew Maan. It's not exactly compelling streaming. When I come back to it, we'll see. Maybe I'll I mean, doing variants is really kind of the more bread and butter of the game. I mean, putting together a formation when your only limit is just the pattern of the slots is not particularly challenging or compelling, I would say. I mean, but doing like split the party, I mean, that was a good video, I would say, because it's good to have demonstrations of completing that because of the challenge and working around the restrictions. So probably what I'll do is I'll probably go ahead and I'll get Hew Maan, and then I'll continue along like in Tomb of Annihilation, where I'm at now, doing the main adventures, where I mean, there's not really anything to watch. It's basically like load the formation up that's already saved. I don't have to change anybody because it's already good to go. And I also need to mine some kills on Zorbu. But I'll probably go through those, and then maybe when I come back on stream, we'll start doing. We'll look through and we'll pick the easier variants, and I'll show you kind of how to pick and choose which ones you should be doing to get enough so that we can do the mission to get Azaka unlocked. And then once we get Azaka unlocked in Tomb of Annihilation, there's not really a... Well, I guess once we get Azaka unlocked, we should probably unlock Dragon Bait also. He's a good character. He's not as essential as Azaka. I mean, that Azaka farming is just gold for mining favor. So, but yeah, we'll probably show you which variants to do to make up the difference. I don't remember how many did it say we needed. Let's take a look at it. Okay, it says we need 30. I've got 14 completed. Right. That'll be 15. Then 16, 17, maybe 18. I can't remember if there's 2 or 3 up there. We need 30. So 18. So we'll have to go back and we'll have to do a bunch of these variants. I mean, that's easy. Little bits of crumbling temple fall down and like damage your champions. Okay. That's no big deal. We only got to get 75. Each time a champion is killed, their DPS is permanently reduced for the duration. We got to get to 150. That's not a problem. I mean, other than when you hit your wall or you got some other restriction going on, your characters don't tend to die a whole lot. Treasure hunters. Okay, 2 slots are taken up by treasure hunters. Gold rate reduced by 90%, 99%. And they grab 50% of quest items. So you have to kill more monsters that drop the items, when it says collect 10 items or whatever. That's just annoying. Losing 2 slots is kind of a pain. So we might not rush to do that one. We might put that one on the back burner, and unless we get all the easy ones knocked out, then we might come back. That's not impossible. 3 useless adventures join your party, taking up 3 slots, and they change slots every 25 hours. This might be a good one to do on stream. It's not... losing 3 slots sucks. It's only area 75, so I don't think that's really going to be a problem. I could probably do that with click damage, honestly, without even having to worry about the characters at this point. So maybe that wouldn't be a good one to do on stream if I can just do it with click damage. Well, we'll see. Various red wizards of the attack, and each of them has a unique annoying ability. Area 150. I don't think that'll be particularly hard. Cramped quarters. Oh yeah, here we go. Only dwarves, gnomes, kobolds, halflings, and goblins can be used. This could be really tough without having a deep bench. So right off the bat, I'm thinking, who can I use? Okay, from who I have. Let me. Okay, so. Oh well, I've got 2 dwarves, so I'm gonna have 2, 3, 4. I'm gonna have 6 characters, so I won't even be able to fill up a full formation. I'll have Zorbu, that's cool. I'll have Freely, Spurt, Hew Maan, that's cool. Brunor, he's fine, and I'll have Barrowin. So I'll have a tank. This should probably be doable. I think I can do this with who I have. I would like to have more. Like basically these are like, short, small characters. I mean, I'd like to have Lizaps. That would or she would boost Zorbu. That would be good. I'd like to have Deacon. I mean, that'd give me another Cobalt. Or well, he'd be in slot 1 with Brunor, so that wouldn't really give me an extra. Oh, Regis in slot 2, Halfling, or Whittle. If I had Whittle, yeah, that would help a lot. Who else could I use? I could use Ishii, but Ishii's. I think Ishii's DPS, right? That wouldn't be a big boost because I've already got Zorbu. Zorbu's gonna smash it. Actually, I think that's it. I mean, I could use Penelope in 12, but I've got Zorbu. I'd rather have Zorbu. I mean, I'm gonna need a DPS. So yeah, that should be probably doable. I mean, I could. There's not that many more characters I could get that would actually fit those restrictions anyway. I don't think I could get to 10. Maybe I'm not thinking of somebody. But all right, then we got that's easy. That's just some extra monsters. This one is one of those ones where slots are taken up. It doesn't say how many slots. If I remember correctly, I think it varies. It changes every 25 hours, and I think sometimes it's 2 and sometimes it's 3. That's kind of irritating. Only champions with a base attack cooldown of 5 or more seconds can be used. But I'd have to see who I have left when that kick with that restriction in effect. I'd have to do a few more of these before that opens up, but that's an option. This is easy. Dragon racing. Complete area 50 within 30 minutes of starting the objective. That should be easy. I mean, worst case scenario, I could just pop a speed potion and just, 30 minutes to do 50 areas. Yeah, no problem. Leveling up your champions costs more than normal. Get to area 200. I should be able to get to area 200 even if it costs more. I mean, I can routinely get to 500, so
out and now your body's found. Its teeth can grind through steel, its body shatters stones, its poisonous tail will putrefy.
This one's like it's 325, and champion can only be used to beat 150 areas. I could probably do that. I mean, I could do the whole first several areas probably with just click damage. So then it wouldn't be that hard to do the rest. I've got enough characters. I could make 2 decent parties anyway. So these are just like auto kills that like come towards you. I don't remember if they can be killed or not. That wouldn't be too bad, probably. This is like you lose 1 slot. That's not so bad, but every 10 seconds he basically like knocks out one of your other champions for 20 seconds. Probably not impossible, not terribly difficult. This one, no problem. Enemies do more damage and move faster. Those are some of the easiest ones where it's like, oh, the monsters are tougher. Okay, no big deal. Only champions with a Constitution score of 13 or higher can be used. That's probably not a problem. I probably have enough good champions with a Constitution above 13. Only lawful champions can be used. That might be tougher, but I still think that's probably doable. I think I probably have enough lawful champions. This one is basically you get less gold as you go through, but 2% in each area, stacking multiplicatively. I don't know what the math is, but by area 375, I bet with E22 gold, I bet that's not going to really be as... It sounds really awful, but I don't think it's as bad as it sounds. Champions take 4% unavoidable damage every second in non-boss areas. I mean, that's not that bad as long as you clear the areas fairly quick. I mean, you heal up each area. Dex score of 14 or lower. That's probably going to be harder than this one, because I have a lot of my good characters have high dexterity. Only champions with a charisma of 13 or lower can be used. I just have to see who I have left after that. This one's okay. A wagon takes up a slot in a formation. Every 100 areas, an additional wagon is added, taking up another slot. So 1 at 100 it's 2, at 200 it's 3, and 300 it's 4. Might not be as bad as it sounds. Using 4 slots at the end though, that's pretty rough. That's no big deal. That's just stronger enemies. This is just twice as many enemies. That's no big deal. Three slots are taken up, but it's that row right through the middle there. I could probably do that. This could be interesting. Might be hard. Only 1 champion from each slot is available. They're chosen at random and change every 25 hours or 25 areas. That changes every 25 areas. I think is worse than the only one slot is available, because that means I got to every 25 areas I'm gonna have to change out some of my characters and like then level up the other one. So, and then obviously this is what we're trying to get to is, you know, Osaka's Possession Part 1, and then Part 2 is down here, I believe. That's just you lose the center slot, her body's in the center slot. Whenever a champion is damaged by a Unity, they are transformed into a flying snake for 30 seconds. Unity spawn in every area, move 200% faster. That might not be a problem. Area 300. It's basically you just lose half of your health, so your HP bar is 50% lower. Not so big a deal, but if they die, whenever they die, they're locked out for the rest of the mission. But maybe they won't die. I'd have to see who I have that meet all these restrictions. Strength of 13 or higher, and a dex of 14 or higher, and a constitution of 15 or higher. That might not be doable with my current roster. This doesn't seem too hard. One of your characters is stunned until you kill the red wizard. There's one in each area. Having one character stunned is not the end of the world while we kill that guy. This is interesting, but I don't think it'll be hard. I've done it before. No male champions in the first and third columns. No female champions in the second and fourth. So you have alternating columns of females and males. Only champions who are 75 years or older can be used. I think that will probably be okay. I think I have a lot of older champions. It's not a big deal. Just a slot, basically. Champions with 3 or more adjacent champions in the formation have their DPS and formation abilities disabled. So you can't have 3 characters, a character with 3 characters next to them, or basically they're not doing anything. It disables their abilities and everything. I have to start putting him in there, but I can't remember how many people this leaves you with, but I don't remember it being particularly hard. It's basically charisma 15 and higher, and like the enemies do more damage, and you lose 1 slot. Not that bad. So notice I'm like leveling these guys all up, and I'm not having to click, what specialization I want. So, but yeah, it's coming up on 5 hours right now. I'm going to go ahead and call the stream. Like I said, I don't know exactly when I'll be back, but the new event starts on the 15th. Safe bet that I will probably be back then. I kind of wish I could take my mic to work and plug it into my laptop and stream from work, but I don't know, the internet up there is not very good, is my only real concern. uh, we'll see how it goes. Once again, I thank everybody for viewing, whether you're watching now or whether you're watching later on the video on demand or watching it on YouTube. I'm really happy with my new computer. It is doing fantastic streaming this. I can have multiple things going and they're all working at once, and uh, I there's not been any stuttering or anything like that. Everything's been really nice and smooth. Of course, uh, this game is kind of perfect for this test because it's basically just uh, CPU intensive, and it's not really all that intensive at that, but it's uh, not graphically intensive. Really, it's just pure CPU. It does a lot. It does do a lot of math, but got an 8-core Ryzen 7 processor, so uh, you know it can allocate a couple of cores to this, and that's plenty. Uh, we'll see when I stream Star Trek Online and Genshin Impact and all that, but I've already run the games with uh, my standard complement of my CCTV system open in my web browser, watching it, as well as uh, my regular web browser open on my other monitor, streaming video, and I was able to open the games and play them at 3 times plus the frame rates I was getting before, with the settings turned up to the max, where before I was turning them down and still not getting anywhere close to those frame rates. So I think everything's going to run great with this new setup. And I've got a few more upgrades I'm going to put into place on this. Um, they're just going to be smaller things I'll just do on a week by week basis or whatever, or bi-weekly as I get paid, I guess is more accurate. But I appreciate, like I said, everybody watching it. These will be up for on demand, so if you know you ever want to pull it up, you can. And if you want to come back to it, particularly like the split the party, if you want to watch it visually, the Garwar guide, which is in the links to Garwar, and then he's got a split the party guide. So whatever works out best for you, whether you want to see something in a video, or whether you want to just have the written guide to be able to reference. This helps give you both those options so that you are good to go. And once again, I'm going to encourage that probably with this game, watching it on YouTube is probably an ideal situation because of the speed multiplier. You can speed it up, and obviously you can see the content and the completion go even faster than it's already going because I don't have the potions at the moment, uh, and the speed cores, etc., to be running the game at it on this account at its full capable 10x speed, like I would on my other accounts. So uh, you can just speed up the actual playback to make up for that. So that's certainly an option I encourage you to take advantage of. And other than that, I am going to sign off. Thanks, everybody. Have a wonderful night, wonderful morning, uh, depending on what time zone you're in and all that good stuff. And I hope to see you again. Maybe it'll be tomorrow. Uh, I'm probably not going to work on my car in the dark with, shop lights up or anything like that. Uh, so I may come back and stream some more at night, tomorrow night, because I'm uh, tonight or tomorrow night, depending on where you're at. Um, because I won't be working again until Tuesday evening. So uh, sometimes it's better to stay up at night, like I would for working my night shift job, and that way it makes it easier to sleep during the day and get into the right rotation. So I may be back tomorrow. I don't know which game I'll play. Maybe I'll play multiple games, sort of a demo of my new computer. We'll see. Give me a chance to try all those things. But thank you once again, and I appreciate it all. Y'all have a wonderful, wonderful day, wonderful evening, wonderful tomorrow. Thanks.